a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Step black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut-wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light in my tunnel? So hand me the bounce, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try. I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Yeah, I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow, enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit, this family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent, I gave in. I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning of life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. All my days really numbered, shit. I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest you.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Relationships, I can't forget. I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 times, no reply. On my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby, so fire up that cigarette, pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Dip black for the shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker. Hop in, welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to working. Goddamn, I can feel the change. Inside of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax. Still asking myself the same questions, ignore the facts.
All right, guys, here we go.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
And
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
Get some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Get some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
and yeah. Woo, woo. and
Mars in the house.
hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed
Martial law.
1745, 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin, the evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in the bass, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
What's up, everybody? I am Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. We're on the backup channel, CBC Media. Make sure you share it out, please. You can just share the link, coldbeer.live, coldbeer.live. I updated the link to it, so it would send you here instead of to Cold Beer Confessional. So we're on the backup channel tonight. We were struck down for promoting violence from a music video. We were promoting violence from a music video in which I wasn't even in. Like, I don't know how that works. I argued with YouTube. They immediately denied my claim instantly. So I guess the new rules are, well, before we get started, make sure you share the stream, like the video, please. Close the chat, like the video if you're on your phone. If you're on Facebook, make sure you like the video, like the page, share the video. If you want to go above and beyond, you know how to do it. You can go to cultclub.com, KULTKLUB.com. That'll be a redirect. That'll send you to donate. You can also use buymeacoffee.com if you're coming from Facebook. And we still have the GoFundMe going on. Make sure if you donate, you leave a message. I like to read the messages on the air, and I appreciate it. That's the only ones we're worried about tonight. We're not dropping the wish list and all that stuff. Just the donation link. So thank you guys for joining us. I don't know how to approach YouTube anymore. Like, literally, there's thousands of videos. They songified the fucking presidential debates. Like, I don't understand how that's promoting violence, cyberbullying, harassment, whatever the fuck they want to, label it as. I don't understand how it's any of that. But I guess I don't know how to approach YouTube. I guess the new thing is we can't talk about the fucking Froggets or Doug or Mark or any of them. And that's what I was dealing with today, trying to go back and forth, figure out what the trigger is. They won't tell you anything. If I ask them, what violated your policy? What part of the video violated your policy? They send me a link to fucking their policy, which you just read, and it says that they make exceptions for satire and other shit like that. But it never fucking happens. They never make these exceptions. They just put their shit out there, and they strike down the videos, strike down the channels. They got Liberty today on Liberty Channel 1, or Liberty Channel 2. He's back on Liberty Channel 1 right now. Here's the merch link. I don't know why it's not working. Probably because the main channel bot is down. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but that's what it is. So I guess YouTube doesn't want us to cover Doug anymore, or Mark, or I have no idea. If they keep lying, we're not allowed to cover them by YouTube standards, but I said fuck them. We're going to cover them anyways. They can come and fucking find me, I guess. But that's the first video we're starting with, because fuck Doug and his fat fucking face. So here we go. This is the latest video. This was from 3 days ago. 2 days ago, 3 days ago. This is on Doug Kuzma's channel. We'll go to his Facebook after this.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, God, I fucking hate this dude.
I'm Doug, and that is Bonafide right there.
Bonafide. Where y'all from?
Where y'all
Look
from?
at his fucking merch, dude. Jesus Christ.
How's your mama in there?
Watch the water Doug's wearing in the ocean.
There we go. Now we got everything up and running.
Talk about, Doug.
I will. Hello, Cookie. Thank you, moderators, for everything you do. We love you guys. You do an awesome job. Lancaster, California. Welcome to the show.
I don't know. Bonafide has morphed in some way into fucking. Bonafide's become a clump of silly putty. I don't know why he's suddenly so pasty, smooth, and misshapen. But there's Bonafide.
I couldn't tell you how Mike's doing. He had a show the other night. I guess he's better. I don't know. Prayers to all. Michigan. We was praying for Mike the other night. Michigan Center, Michigan. Chicago. We need all our warriors out here, right? Montana. Clarksville, Tennessee.
Let me turn this phone on because I got a feeling somebody about to call.
You never know. It could be the man himself. Hello from Chesapeake. Oh,
We
right.
got to hold on.
You would put
Ohio,
45 on
Arizona,
hold.
South Carolina.
Oh, Altoona, Pennsylvania. Welcome to the show. Northeast Alabama. Roll Tide. Texas.
Roll Tide.
Kinley, North Carolina. I think
I don't even. How do you even watch this shit?
I grew up.
I understand why we watch it for their fucking lies and bullshit and all this shit, but who the fuck even watches this shit?
On our show, and all he did was talk about the Valvoline, and he got us thrown off the big channel. So we on the back
He talks about the Valvoline and got us thrown off the big channel.
if you need to know. But if you follow the song,
Don't worry, you're protected.
because that's how come you got here.
You tell him, Doug. I'm so mad I can't.
I'm not trying to. Somebody said I'm trying to sound black. That's just the way I talk. If that affects.
You absolutely did not give me banned. You're not fucking shit. But thanks for trying.
You. Good night.
You are black for the waist down, ain't you?
Yeah, black and blue.
What the fuck? You are black from the waist down, ain't you? Yeah, black. What the fuck?
You already know that because that's how come you got here. Talk about the Valvoline, and he got us thrown off the big channel. So we on the backup channel if you need to know. But if you followed us all the time, you'd already know that because that's how come you got here.
You tell him, Doug.
Yeah, I don't care what you got to say tonight. Fuck your stupid fucking face and all of your lineage. See ya.
So mad I can't.
I'm not trying to. Somebody said I'm trying to sound black. That's just the way I.
No, that's you always change your speech pattern. I've never seen anybody that has 37 accents. That's the problem. No one knows what to expect.
Somebody said I'm trying to sound black. That's just the way I talk. If that offends you, good night.
Pert near.
That's not the way he talks. If he's talking to somebody country, he sounds country. If he's talking to somebody who's fucking from up north, he sounds up north. If he's talking to somebody who's Spanish, he sounds suddenly Spanish. And none of them are good accents. They're basically like the stereotypical accents.
You are black for the waist down, ain't you?
Yeah, black and blue. Somebody
You are black from the waist down. Yeah, black and blue. Has Bologna Fried been beating that shit up, Doug?
said I thought Bonafide.
Uh-oh.
Fuck you, Doug. You creeper.
Well, I guess Shart was very to the point. Fuck you, Doug, you creeper, if you're watching.
Farted. He might have.
No, it was a
He's
phone.
in there. He's there in that prison cell.
Man, what are you talking about? My
The gray back wall look like he in a prison cell, don't it?
feels like home to me.
Drop them truth bombs, Doug.
Man, you hear Bean in
People
there
like to
crying.
hear the truth. But you know what? I still drink my Liberty water. I know he ain't shipping no more, but we love you. Brian, if you're watching, we love you. We're praying for you, brother. We know you'll be right back at it.
He didn't get the joke. I mean, it's probably not a joke you should be telling, like, nowadays. He didn't get the joke, but then he said black and blue, like someone's beat him from the waist down.
Come up here. Come up.
He meant you had a big dick, Doug, because you were black. We know you haven't seen it in a while, but black and blue is not the correct response.
Is that the dog or the cat?
Benny Lou.
That's the cat. That dog ain't getting near him if mama's
It
home.
must be raining outside.
Okay.
I think honestly they're probably banned on both channels. Let's see. Because they haven't had a live video in 4 days. I think they got... Ooh, there's Brown's sister. Get off that quick. They haven't had a video on YouTube. And see, this is from 5 hours ago. There was a post, breaking intel. I guess they're over... Let's go check out Rumble. This is, I guess, a more recent video, I guess. I saw him post...
Hey, guys and girls. Doug here from the Frog News
Oh, this is the video I saw. That was this is a placeholder video.
Network. This is what's called a video placeholder for a Rumble channel.
This is what's called a video placeholder for a Rumble channel.
Know that this channel will be going live. If you look at the title and description, it will tell you what time we will be live. You will see this video.
So this is not, he shared the wrong link. He shared an embed. Like, you can't open his channel from here. He shared an embed link instead of the regular link. You can't get to the channel from here. You can't scroll. You can't back out. You can't do anything. But I'm assuming they have a fucking Rumble channel. I don't want a fucking reminder. Ooh, sounds disgusting. Here it is. They're not kicking that one off till 9:30. We'll check it out later.
There she, yeah, you doggy. That's my
Because
buddy.
you don't come over here with me unless it's raining or firecrackers.
Got to have longer arms
What's
to
it
beat your
doing? Is it
dick
raining?
I don't know.
when you're that round.
I promise you, because if it wasn't, she wouldn't be over here. Benny, talk.
What did that big long fucking thing say?
I don't know. It's doing something. I promise you, because
Everyone ask yourselves and others this question: what if the cyber ninjas were actually military counterinsurgent cyber experts undercover with civilian auditors? Ninja means warriors, military. Oh, you got it.
Benny, talk to me. What's wrong?
He said, "Where's my mama?"
Mom's out with Daner.
That dog
Daner.
has something spoiled. I'm gonna tell y'all that right
You
now.
ain't lying.
I put it up there, but I don't know how Mike's doing. I know he did a show the other night. Didn't have one last night. So I haven't talked to him in the last 2 days.
Yeah, he's coming back tonight.
I don't want to comment on somebody else's condition if I don't know.
That's right.
I thought y'all were still close, real good friends. You're all going to be on each other's shows once a week and talk to each other all the time. Why don't you know?
But we praying for him. Somebody said it looked like the dog was getting ready to bite you.
No, she ain't gonna bite me.
She ain't bite you.
She might. I don't know.
All right, so let's get started, guys. Look,
Let's get started, guys.
Well, we really don't got nothing, so y'all give us something to talk about.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about whatever y'all want to talk about tonight.
Yeah, that's right. It's a call-in show tonight. But
Nah, make them all. I'll make a new channel every goddamn day. Fuck YouTube.
what I've been
and
seeing,
Doug.
the rubber band has been pulled about as tight as it can go, and I don't think there's no more room. That slingshot getting ready to go off.
Yep.
And we've heard more than one confirmed report and I know y'all tired of hearing the same things. But
So here's what's stupid. People are saying, "Oh, they're going to lock us all down, and you won't be able to go to the grocery store unless you've taken the vaccine, or they're gonna put us in our houses. They're gonna roll the military out in the street." But you also believe that they fucking made 9/11 and all these other fucking false flag events. Why wouldn't they just do a false flag event? Why wouldn't they just do that and frame it as something else? You want to know the quickest way to go to war with the American people? Tell them they can't feed their fucking families. That's the last thing that's going to fucking happen, by the way.
report we're getting,
In case you're wondering.
not only from the guy that made the video about the military saying that, we got other people that are saying it everywhere that are in the military to stock up on food.
It happens, Carolyn.
And I don't want to scare nobody. That's not what we into. We want y'all to be just prepared if something happens. It could
We're
be
not
3
here to
weeks,
scare
it
you.
could be
We're here
3
to
days.
prepare
It could
you.
be 3 months. We don't know how long it'll last. Nobody does. I don't care what nobody tells you.
when they were talking about doing a full lockdown and maybe doing certain days you could go to the grocery stores and do this and rotation and all this shit back in the spring, when Trump was at the helm, y'all were like, oh yeah, we gotta get ready for it. Yeah, we might have to stock up, go buy your toilet paper. Yeah, Trump might lock us in our houses. But when it's now in the fall or in the next spring, you're like, summer, whatever, you're like, no, this is the event. They're gonna come get us. They're fucking locking us down. Here they come.
Nobody knows except for the people that are getting ready to knock the lights out and knock everything out. Yes, there's going to be food shortages.
Yep.
That's why you need to make sure you got plenty of canned goods. I wouldn't rely a lot on refrigerator stuff. Like ML told us, go ahead and get some of that milk from the Dollar Tree. It stays good for 6 months. Okay. You need to get yourself prepared. We've decided, both of us, that we're flying out to South Dakota. My ticket is booked. I traded in my Missouri ticket for a South Dakota ticket, and Tim's flying. They're taking a crop duster over there. Whew. I'm glad I put them overweight, so I couldn't go with them and had to get a private jet. Not really.
It's private. You just had to share it with everybody else.
Yeah,
With everybody else on the plane.
Perishable foods. Yeah, I don't think that you don't want them. You want the kind that has shelf life right now. Kind of food you want to stock up that we talked about. Tuna, canned chunk.
So, I mean, I can't really complain. Canned food's always good to have. Always have canned food. I don't know what else to tell you. But I wouldn't bank on them fucking locking the grocery stores down and saying you have to have this medical procedure, you can't come in. Why? Because people will not watch their families starve. People will not watch their families suffer. You could starve me out, I'm pretty sure. I'm stubborn enough, you could probably starve my ass. The first time my kid looks at me and says, I'm hungry and you won't let me buy food, I'm coming to take food, and I won't be leaving any money.
Chicken.
Yep.
Roast beef in a can, plenty of soups, rice, beans.
Potted meat and crackers, boy. You can live off of that.
Get some Vienna sausages.
I would take a fucking sandwich out of your hand and leave you cold and dead in a video game and feed it to my son.
You know what I'm saying?
Watch
some
me.
Sardines with mustard in a can.
That's right.
I could never eat that. Could you eat that, Tim?
Sardine, yeah, I have.
I won't. Somebody tried to get me to try that one time. No.
If you haven't noticed, the government has a limit on how much they'll piss us off and how much they'll push us. The government literally hires people to do studies to see how far they can push somebody before they snap. You think food is going to be the lockdown? Hell no. If they wanted to do some shit like that, it would be accidental. Accidental.
No.
They wouldn't give you anybody to. They wouldn't give you anybody to blame.
Spam in a can. Ain't nothing wrong with some spam. I ain't too proud to eat that. Now you take that and fry it on both sides.
It's been a while. I'm gonna go. If y'all know, I'm looking for a good gas grill. Y'all got any suggestions?
I'm gonna
go get me a smoker grill combination.
A good one's about $400.
Yeah, well, that's cheaper than what I've seen today.
Well,
somebody said Nasara. What is that?
Oh God. Tell them all about it, Dougie. You were preaching Nasara. Let's hear it.
No, sorry.
Nasara is the new government. You ain't heard about it?
Please tell me you're going to play it off as if it's a joke now. Please. I can hear it in your voice. You ain't heard about it? Oh, yeah. These people think that.
Yeah.
You
come up here.
But Nasara is the new thing. Yes, that's another smart thing somebody put up. Let me see if I can catch that one.
Ooh, he's sidestepping it. He don't want to get smacked on the hand again.
But make sure, if you're any of y'all listening to us on our medications, make sure you got at least a couple weeks
supply.
Exactly right.
If
not I would call your doctor and say, with this uncertain time, if you're taking.
It's always a good idea to keep your medicine in 90-day supplies. That's why the VA does it, to to lessen supply chain fluctuations. If you can get a 90-day supply, it's always better. If you get your insurance and your doctor to write the prescription, your insurance to approve it. Also, if you're on a long-term non-narcotic medication, most places will allow you to get those up to 10 days early. Mariah is the worst one. That literally the day she has no fucking pills to take that she has to take every day, she'll say, "Oh, I'm out. Can somebody call the pharmacy?" But you can get a lot of the time, if it's a non-narcotic and you've been on it for a while, you can get it up to 10 days early.
And what we call preventive medicines like blood pressure or diabetes medicine, insulin. I would
Yeah, that's why I just said non-narcotic.
make sure you had plenty of it, and know that if that stuff has to stay cold, you at least need to have a cooler where you can keep it cold. You know what I mean? It's common sense, but you need to make sure you have all your medications, especially if you're on these medications, because if the stores close, and this is just allegedly my thinking, not bubblegum intel, but my thinking is the Democrat states are going to start putting.
John Frank, what language are these two speaking? Doug could live off his chins for a couple of months. Good evening, Will. Thank you, John Frank. I appreciate it. 3 6-packs. I appreciate it. Narcotics are really locked down right now. They're hard to get even if you need them. And then when you do get them, they don't want you on them long term. If you are on a long term, they won't fill them for more than 30 days. They won't let you get them one fucking day early. They won't fill them out of state, even if you're traveling. They won't do. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you leave town and forgot your medication, a lot of times you can call your doctor and you can get what they call a vacation script or a temporary script, and they'll write you 7 or 10 days prescription. You can't do none of that. You can't do nothing with narcotics. This shit's locked down.
Close. And this is just allegedly my thinking, not bubblegum intel, but my thinking is the Democrat states are going to start putting the Band-Aids back with the mask, and they're going to tighten it down so much in the next few days. I believe
there is there's a real big issue within the medical industry right now that doctors don't know how to approach. So they went from free-flowing narcotics and getting people hooked to reeling with the pain pill epidemic and not giving any out. So right now, say you have knee surgery and you get knee surgery and the doctor's like, okay, I'm going to write you a week worth of Percocet. You can take the Percocet to relieve the pain anytime you need it. You got a week. And then you take it for a week and you're like, oh yeah, that worked. You know, when I needed it, I got Percocet. And you go back to that surgeon, orthopedic, he'll say, oh, you have to see your primary care. You go to your primary care, they'll tell you to take ibuprofen. You try to take an ibuprofen, it don't work. You come back, your liver's fucked up. Then they tell you to take Tylenol. You go take Tylenol, you try it don't work. You come back, and then they tell you that your fucking enzymes are too high. Then you ask for Percocet. No, we can't give you that. What are you, a drug seeker? If you go to the emergency room, they think you're a drug seeker. They haven't figured out how to deal with it. It's really fucked up. When you need narcotics, you can't get them unless it's an absolute emergency situation or you just recently had surgery. And then if you ask for narcotics, you're labeled as a drug seeker, and they will literally have you eating shit tons of ibuprofen until your kidneys fall out to offset them having to write a prescription for a narcotic, which a lot of people actually need. It's a fucked up situation right now.
That it'll be where the stores are closed again and you only can go to the store for a certain.
You basically have to get into a pain management clinic, which a lot of people label as drug seekers anyways, to even get anything like that. At least everywhere that I've talked to people about it. The VA used to do it real bad, and they got a bunch of people hooked, and now they're done.
The amount of hours again, it's going to be just like it was when they first started it in the Democratic state, and I think all the Republican states will fight back against that. But some of them will fall to it, as well. Bread and peanut butter.
Yep. Somebody reminded me to go get some dog food. I'm sitting here reading the comments, make sure I got everything I need.
Let's talk about Dr. Pepper. That guy's got a bigger degree than Fauci does. I trust Dr. Pepper more than Dr. Fauci.
What are you talking about, Doug?
Louisiana Governor Edward Mask here, Democrat. Water and firewood and ammunition. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't say ammunition.
Only the military can help us now. Well, I think God has a big thing to do with it too, but let's hope the military's there on our side.
Yeah, let's just pray that military in. Yep.
Keep an eye on that squirrel meat. That's what I'm
You
talking
wanna
about.
you want to see
You can't
something
eat
funny?
squirrels this time of year. They got worms in them. In the winter, you can shoot them and eat them, though. My buddy told me.
Y'all want to see something funny?
First aid, too. First aid kits.
Yep,
Oh, yeah.
that's right. First aid.
What's funny? You just quit talking. That's not funny.
Play that video.
A
though.
good idea to have is what they call an IFAC. If you're planning on an emergency, you need to have an IFAC for every member of your family, and maybe one extra. That would be an individual first aid kit. You carry it on your person, and if something happens, someone's injured, you use their IFAC, not yours. You use theirs, the one that's on their body, or their backpack, or their leg, or wherever you keep it in your pocket. You use their IFAC to help them, and then you restock it. That way, if you go down, you're not missing supplies that's on their body.
The last one I sent you was from a year ago, 1 year ago. It just shows you how quick time flies.
You silly.
Come up on
All
my
right,
memory.
let me get it queued up. Hold on. Boy, you ain't right. All right, then hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. You got to know that Bonafide's half a comedian now, so.
Oh, is he?
Well, I got everybody. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, let me turn my speaker. I don't know if people are going to be able to hear it.
I know what y'all thinking. Why in the hell is Bonafide wearing a life jacket driving his truck home from work? Well, I'm going to tell you, all right? I'm going to make sense of it.
Because you're twice as likely to die as an adult in the United States. You're twice as likely to die from drowning than you are from COVID-19.
Between here and the house, there's a creek. Right down the street here.
You sure is?
Oh, he's not going to use the statistics.
I know y'all gonna think I'm crazy, but there is a chance that I could cross that creek and fall in. I could accidentally sneeze, get off the bridge, and go into the creek. So y'all thinking, well, Bonafide must not be able to swim. I can swim perfectly. But I'm just telling you, hold on a minute, I'm going across this bridge. Stand by a minute, stand by. Hold on, hold. I made it.
This is kind of awkward, huh?
But you don't know, one day somebody could jump out in front of me or something another and cause me to run off into the creek bank. And that is the reason that I'm wearing this life jacket right here. Now, chances are that that'll never happen. But, and I can swim, and I know that the creek ain't but about knee deep. But there are a chance that I could go in that creek bank,
Are there?
fall in that creek, and drown. There's a chance of it. Stranger things has happened. So, when you see me pull up at the red light, and I look over there at you, and you wearing a damn mask, and you look over at me like I'm stupid.
I agree. I mean, the problem is we've taken these people that if you weren't a hopium addict, that if you weren't addicted to this shit, that if you weren't begging for something else to be true, an alternate reality, you never pay attention to these fucking people. They're dumbasses, douchebags. They're fucking losers. We've made them into some type of hero that people worship and fucking throw money at and send around the world and want to sell their products, their X39 patches, and it's, man, this is, look at fucking Scott McKay, dude. Like, there is no fucking way that the majority of the population would hang out with that douchebag. There's no fucking way. Wouldn't have dinner with him. Wouldn't see him on. I wouldn't, if he was part of my family, I wouldn't see him on holidays. But somehow they've made him this tomahawk wielding hero that runs around slaying old lady puss. I don't know what to say. Like it. Oh,
I'm looking
weird.
at you the exact same way.
Whole world's turned upside down.
You'll have
Let me come back at a screen share. You silly man. Can you? We back on the regular screen, right?
That's right.
What y'all think of that? Meanwhile, he was trying to sell you some batteries.
I got really high one time when I was in high school and jumped out of the back of a truck into a creek, like a swan dive from like a bridge. I think the bridge is about 14 feet from the creek, and the creek's about waist deep. I hit the bottom, busted my face all up, busted both my lips, knocked a tooth loose to where it wiggled and broke. Well, busted my nose. I didn't break my nose. All fucked up, but that's about the closest I came to drowning, I guess. I just stood up, though.
Bonafide silly. So he made that a year ago?
A year ago this week.
We talking about everybody
No, a
wearing
year.
Let's see what Mark's doing.
It's been a year ago, man. Can you?
These guys are
believe
boring as fuck.
that? It's been over a year.
that we've been
It
putting up
started
with
in
this
March
crap.
of last year.
Are y'all gonna keep putting up with it? Are y'all locking back down?
Yeah, Scott's dad died of COVID-related stroke and
The love and the
illness and everything else. Let's see what we got. What's up, Marky Mark?
Hey, hey, hey.
By the way, if you missed the start of the show yesterday on the main channel, it hasn't been taken down yet. Oh, one more thing. You guys remember watching the video where I did -48, where we talked about Jay Mazzini, and then at the end of it, we talked about Scott and -48 and a big long stream they did. They struck that video down for endangering children. For endangering children. Yeah, I started and finished the show yesterday talking about Scott's dad. He passed away.
Hey, what's happening? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. God is so great. I'm so humbled to be here in front of you tonight. God got me up early this morning, fed me the unction to be here tonight and share with you. And we're going to get right to it. We're not going to waste a lot of time and energy. We're just going to share some truth and let you start digging in it, okay? A lot of
Scott's claiming that when they were in Pennsylvania, the government poisoned them. Originally, he said he didn't know what type of poison they used. Once his dad was diagnosed with COVID and had a stroke, then he claimed that they tried to poison them with a COVID gun. He says that he's going to find the trigger man and bring him to justice, and that the government did this to him. He's in denial that he uses his dad as a fucking prop and drug him around until he fucking killed him.
you already know. You just it hasn't sank in fully for you.
Yeah, it's live, but we're 20 minutes behind or something.
We're going to answer that question. We're going to answer that back on Brad Barton and share a few things from you from the beginning to the end to know how we're going to end up where we're going. And much to our dismay, we've already been there. We just don't know yet. Yes, and I'm going to tell you what, I still have felt the power of love and prayer from this community each and every day I haven't been here. Yes, I'm going to be blurry, and it's going to be a little frozen up. Shut down tonight.
At least he's not having any audio issues.
If you can hear me, just
Raise your hand. Chat, raise your hand if you can hear Mark.
they're shadow banning me like crazy.
There's
Eddie,
shadow ban.
get off
your internet has not worked since you started streaming. And that's been at 3 different houses with the same company. They're not shadow banning you, dude. You live in New Bern, North Carolina. The internet fucking sucks, obviously.
Hold on one second, clear this up.
Shadow ban has nothing to do with your connection. Shadow ban is when you don't show up to the people you should show up to. Like, you could still broadcast, you can still have a show, you can still do your thing, but your subs and your fans and the people who usually watch you don't get notifications or don't see you in their timeline.
Eddie.
They just shadow banning his audio.
A little bit. Where's Eddie?
If you didn't get to see this, let me show you what Mark put out yesterday. Let's see if I still got it. I'm sure I do. Where is Mark's intel? Oh, I might have to pull it up, I guess. Let's see. Mark had a big intel drop from yesterday. It's probably my favorite Mark video so far. I see he was hiding his face. His face was blurred. Because the fact that they're now currently using facial recognition software through the Khazarian Mafia. And, that shit's intense at this point. So, check this out. We'll play it one more time because I know some people didn't get to see it. And I fucking love it. You gotta pay close attention to you gotta pay close attention to the chat as well. The chat pops up on screen. Get it, Mark? His name is Mark Panene.
Hey, welcome, guys. Gonna do some quick shout outs, but first I want to apologize for my face being blurred. A certain social media network is now using, we believe, some Khazarian facial recognition software to identify certain individuals. Okay? Okay, let's see who's in the house tonight. Paris, France in the house. Paris, France. Parlez-vous. French talk. Monte Carlo in the house. My Curamaron, Florida in the house. Is that near Fort Lauderdale? I got a cousin down there. All right, guys. Got some great intel for you tonight. Got some old intel. We got some new intel. And it's going to be great. We're gonna show you.
Listen to that ringtone.
It's my phone, guys. I better get that. It might be an emergency.
Jay Reese commented in the chat, says, "Hey, that song sounds familiar." Yes, it does.
Okay, yeah. It's Doug. It's Doug. Let me just take this real quick.
Oh no.
You there, Doug? Go ahead. You're on the air.
Mike, you're on Adrenaline.
He's got 36,000 subs.
Unreal. What do you think, Mike?
I'll tell you what I think, Doug.
You're on Adrenochrome.
First, I'll tell you what I think, Doug. Don't call me back. I don't want to hit. Doug, listen. This is my show now. We're going to talk about what I want to talk about. You're off topic, buddy. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to talk about. Gasar. Now, as you know.
Oh no, Doug K in the chat. Fuck you, Mike. Oh damn. This is supposed to be a kids show, dude.
All the currency in the world is going to be equal to.
Actually, if you have an Android phone, yes, you can use it as a ringtone. I use mine as my alarm, as Mariah would tell you, when she hears an alarm once a year. Let's see. I think mine's set as an alarm. All you do is use YouTube Downloader and download the MP3 file instead of the video. You just Google YouTube Downloader and it'll ask you for the link to the YouTube video, and then you put that in as the ringtone, and then you download or you put that in as the link, and then you download the MP3. That'll give you just the music. And yeah, you can get it, but that's what mine is.
The American dollar. It's going to be 1 for 1. So, for example, you got your Zimbabwe dollar right there.
Zimbabwe.
100 Zimbabwe dollars. That's going to be worth $500 in American currency. You got your peso. That's a $2,000 peso right there. It's going to be worth $2,000 American money. And I have no idea why Wilford Brimley is on the front of there, because I'm pretty sure he's not Mexican. Okay, one more here. You got your Central Bank of Iraq. And that's your dinar right there, and your dinar's worth that's $25,000. You
That's your dinar.
exchange this for United States, $25,000 in American currency right there. Now, here's the good part, folks. This is the brand new intel. Okay. You got your Monopoly money. You ever heard of that? Of course you have. Monopoly money. It's going to be cash. You better cash that in. $1,000 right there. That's going to be worth 1,000 American dollars. So you got your 5,000. You got your $10,000. That Monopoly money. You can cash it into your bank. Here's what I want you to do now. I want you to call the bank, make an appointment. Don't tell them you got Monopoly money. You got to tell them that you want to cash in you want to do a currency exchange. Okay.
Oh no, he sounds rough.
Now, make sure you don't tell them it's Monopoly money, though, okay? Now, here's something even more amazing. See this right here? It's a $1 million bill. I got this at a joke shop, okay? But it's going to be exchangeable for $1 million in American currency. Totally legal under Nassar Gassar. When the quantum financial system kicks in, God flips the switch, this is going to be worth $1 million, okay? Any day.
Perfect.
Any day.
That makes sense.
Now, here's something amazing. You will not believe this, but it's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I got it from some good intel sources. But you can just take a normal piece of paper, just a normal piece of paper like this. You can just write on there whatever amount you want. I wrote $50,000. Get yourself a nice little used vehicle for that kind of money. Now, make sure that you got the dollar sign right there, and make sure that you write banknote right there in the lower corner, okay? It's got to be in the lower left-hand corner. It's got to say bank.
That makes sense.
Official, and then it's worth a lot of money, okay? All right. So let's, that pretty much covers everything. It's some great news. No, guys, listen.
So he just said we should call the bank. He said call the bank. That's what he said. His exact words were call the bank. See how this works.
Okay, it's got to be in the lower left-hand corner. It's got to say bank note. That makes it official, and then it's worth a lot of money. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's. That pretty much covers everything. It's some great news. No, guys, listen to me. I did not tell you to call the bank. I said what you should do: put your name and your phone number on a piece of paper, and then slip it under the bank door at midnight. They'll get back to you. When they do, you tell them that you want to exchange some foreign currency, okay? I did not tell you to call the bank.
Oh, okay.
Right? Okay, everybody, that's all I got today. Some great news. Let's bow our heads and pray. Dear Heavenly...
Oh, no.
Name.
You froze up there.
All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on the next one.
Thank you for explaining how Nassar Gassar works, Mark. He made that specifically for our audience, actually. He did a live stream, then made it private, then sent it to me in case I needed to tell you guys how Nassar Gassar works, so I appreciate that. I don't know what the falling out is he's been having with Doug Free, but it seems pretty bad. No audio at all now? What the fuck? Did I mute it? No.
Facebook, am I live on things to try to... All right.
don't know what happened.
All right. All right. So is my audio clearing up any better? Is my audio getting any better?
Hey, there, man.
We're doing a couple things to try to protect it here.
Hey, Beer Man. Joe Mazzell bought you 5 6-packs. Love this video. Thank you, brother. That is a BT submitted that for me. He reached out to Mike himself, I'm assuming, and was able to secure that video for us. I appreciate that.
Facebook, am I live on Facebook? Not good.
Not good.
5x5. Yes, so it is getting better. All right. Good job, Eddie. 5x5, better. Sound is breaking up very bad. Yes, much better. Clearing. Sweet. All right, everybody hang on. Let's get this going, all right? So we're going to piggyback, and I'm gonna throw a little energy at it, okay? We're going to piggyback on what Brad Barton shared yesterday.
Oh,
I
God.
haven't seen if he's shared anything yet so far today. I know that several Anons have tried to go live, and they've been shut down immediately. So we're lucky to be up. We're 5x5 right now, so let's talk about it. All right, so DJT never left, guys. It was just confirmed last night by the legitimacy of – thank you, Doug. It was just confirmed by the legitimacy of Brad's video last night.
I'm assuming we're gonna have to pull up his stupid fucking Brad Barton video. Damn it. That dude's so goddamn boring. But he is apparently confirming himself that Donald J. Trump never left. Sure.
We gotta leave by 9:30, so I'm gonna get up at 8, start loading.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
All right. Yeah. You can come give me a kiss. That way people will believe. They'll know. They'll believe I have a wife.
Somebody's gonna be jealous.
Hello, everybody. I've been sporting my shirt today. All along the beach. Unmasked, unmuzzled, unvaccinated, and unafraid.
Okay, let's do something here, Brad. Let's see it. What we got?
Just really trying to figure out what to say. I don't think you've ever seen me at a loss for words, but I am at a loss for words right now.
By the way, I just now fucking got my ringtone to where it would play. You hear my ringtone? I'll have to open the noise gate, but I think it'll play now. Let's see. Will it play a thing on it? I hate when it won't. Here, listen.
Yeah.
I just got the remix. It was the regular one. Now I got the remix. Hello. I think Tony was just trying to play my ringtone for me, but I answered. Tony just called.
Let's get it. Courtney, you're not going to believe it. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. Hello, everybody. Hello, Andrea. Hello, Gloria. Hello, Denise.
Are you saying that you're a Navy SEAL and you just said hoorah?
Michelle, Tyler, Texas.
Don't the Navy SEALs say hoo-yah? Isn't that the Navy SEAL battle cry? Isn't that what was going on?
What's up, Dustin? All right, so here's what I'm going to do.
Hoorah's Marine Corps.
I'm going to show you. A lot of you were asking me about the
Book bought you 5 6-packs. I'm really the clone of Wilford Brimley, and I say screw Mark and Dope Boy. Thank you for that.
Brad. We were just over.
I have diabetes,
and it was
and I need diabetes
no matter
testing
what
supplies.
The Delta variant is just the people that have had the jab spreading it through the
Thank you, Book.
Thank you for the donations tonight, guys.
that they got.
Sorry, I'm kind of down. I'm pissed about my channel. Pissed.
We have a lot to talk about, Emily. A lot.
How the fuck can a songified music video be promoting violence?
This is great stuff. It's great news. Okay, I'm just overwhelmed right now. All right, so let me just try to get into it. Okay. So here's the first thing I'm gonna show you. Okay, this is not about what the show tonight's about. As I told you, I wasn't gonna do a show anymore.
Yeah, I know it is. I was just kind of fishing to see why he said Navy SEALs, then said "oorah." The guy in the chat. I know what their battle cry is. I've heard it so many times. I'm fucking sick of hearing it. I used to be, I guess. I haven't heard it in a long time.
I can't not do is to talk to you, but I want to show you this first about Fauci, fascist Fauci. Okay, so people were asking me about it, so I want to show it to you right.
Just always remember, guys, always remember, if for some reason you can't find me somewhere, I don't give a fuck if I'm holding up my cell phone and on a Facebook page I made for my son. If you go to coldbeer.live, I will have the link there. I bought that website for 2 years. So no matter where I'm streaming, 2 years, you'll be able to find me at coldbeer.live. Whether it's my YouTube channel, first one, second one, backup, other one, it doesn't matter. Coldbeer.live. That's a website.
Here. Okay. So.
Here we go.
All right. So, this is Fauci, and this was yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday. Fauci confirms you have taken the. Here, I'll let you read it. You have been blank completely for nothing. All right, you ready? Here it is. Here we go.
I haven't seen this poor of video quality since Brad did his last show.
That has changed the entire landscape, because when you look at the level of virus in the nasopharynx of a vaccinated...
Oh, by the way, if you open up Chrome or Samsung browser, whatever you got on your phone, whatever the browser is for iPhone, and go to coldbeer.live, like you open your internet, go to coldbeer.live, there'll be 3 dots in the corner when it opens. If you click those 3 dots, you can click open in the YouTube app. I know it's aggravating trying to watch it on the screen. If that's the way you find me, is through coldbeer.live, you can click the 3 dots and it'll open in the app.
Who gets a breakthrough infection with Delta, it is exactly the same as the level of virus in an unvaccinated person.
Yeah, no shit. So is Israel, who claims to have 90% vaccinated population, 90% of their adult population is vaccinated, has had like 360 some cases that had to be hospitalized. Out of those, 270 were fully vaccinated people.
That's the problem. So those data are very compelling, and that triggered the change in the CDC guideline.
All right, I'm going to play it again from the start.
Now that we have a Delta variant, that has changed the entire landscape. Because when you look at the level of virus in the nasopharynx of a vaccinated person who gets a...
Does anybody know why they went to the... Have they already had the Bravo and Charlie variant? I'm sure the first one's going to be called the Alpha variant.
Breakthrough infection with Delta, it is exactly the same as the level of virus in an unvaccinated person who's...
So this claim here at the top is not exactly the same. So the claim at the top says Fauci confirms you have been vaccinated completely for nothing. That's not true. So there is evidence that shows if you have been doubled up on the vaccine, a full fucking cycle, and you get the original that the symptoms are less and it isn't as strong on average. Now, the Delta variant, of course, a different variant, it should be weaker, but it seems like you're carrying the same, I guess, viral load or the same, at least the same severity of symptoms from it.
You get what he just said? It's the same level of somebody that's un-V, and they get it. I'm going to rewind it. Last time. Listen closely.
Oh, I didn't think about that. SARS-CoV-1, SARS-CoV-2. Charlie was UK. Okay. I didn't think about CoV-1.
Now that we have a Delta variant, that has changed the entire landscape. Because when you look at the level of virus in the nasopharynx of a vaccinated person who gets a breakthrough infection with Delta, it is exactly the same as the level of virus in a...
We're getting drunk tonight and losing another channel. Who's with me?
So those data were very compelling, and that triggered the change in the CDC guideline.
The goalposts are moving, and they'll move again and again and again. Okay, now.
Listen, I don't care if you believe it's real. I don't care what you believe about the vaccine. I don't care what you believe about how sick you'll get. I don't care what you believe about nanobots and needles and everything else. Do not get your medical advice from some dumb piece of shit in Tennessee. Not me, not Brad, not fucking Bologna Fried or Doe or Mark or any of them. Just don't get your advice from them. You have a doctor, I'm sure, a family care, a PCP. You have the ability to find actual medical doctors and medical advice. Don't just get medical advice you want to hear. Don't search how bad something is. Just get your medical advice from someone qualified. Not fucking Brad. See what he said there? Now what that means is that no matter what, no it doesn't, Brad. You're not qualified. Just like I'm not qualified, just like fucking chat's not qualified. Find somebody qualified. And then make your decision. That's why it's your decision for you and your family.
Somebody said that's not the best part of it. It may not be. But here's the deal. You get the point. That's not really what I just pulled this up just for a second. This is not even... I had some sorry about that. I had some had some difficulties there. I accidentally pushed the off button on my phone. Okay. All right. So I'm going to get to what I got to tell you.
Yeah, they're all idiots. Nobody's hung. That's not what's happening. They're not putting clones and masks and shit. This is just not happening.
I've got so much that I could get into tonight, and I don't think I am because I really need to take some time.
The easiest way to show that I'm right is to tell you that something happened, but you can't see it. So I told you everybody was going to be brought to justice. Now I'm wrong, but wait! They actually have been brought to justice, and they replaced them with a clone and a guy in a mask. No bullshit. I was just wrong.
To really look into this. I really need to take some time, not to look into it, but just to absorb it, I guess, because it's a lot. Okay? All right. So, I got a message last night.
Salty Cracker's a funny motherfucker, and he's a speech therapist too, and the issues we have with Ollie, I don't know, just because he's a speech therapist makes me like him even more, because Ollie's got to take speech and remedial classes and therapy and whatever. But if I ever get big enough one day, that's one. I have probably 10 people on a list that I want to speak to, like in an interview format for the show. Not to call out or nothing, just to hang out with and have like a fun interview. And Salty's definitely one of them.
At about 3 in the morning.
But I'm so small now, he doesn't know I exist.
From a man. I'm not going to say his name or where he lives, okay? But you need to listen to what he's fixing to say. All right, so here, I'm just going to read it to you, okay? First, let me say this. I am not a fake nor a fraud. I'm a pastor plus a law enforcement officer and have a government background with the IMF and other contracts. I work as a law enforcement officer and I'm also a forensic...
First, let me say, I'm not a fake or a fraud. I'm a pastor, a leader of the sheep that I like to call my flock. I am the shepherd. I am a law enforcement officer. I am a costume expert. I am professionally trained to be a street performing mime, and I'm also a forensic analysis for the detectives. What?
Investigator on the Drug Task Force and work alongside of the U.S. Marshals. I lived in Maryland, but worked in D.C. for the government for years. What I can say, end quote, text, end quote, he says, because of what could be seen. In other words, he's saying I can't say a lot over on text because of what could be seen. But he told me I could share all of this without his personal information. Okay, here it is. But last week, I personally was on a conference call with multiple states, with state police, local police agencies, U.S. Marshals, and other agencies that are unknown to the normal public person. All right, here it is. And let me just tell you, I'm just telling you up front, okay, before I say this, okay? Have I met the man? No, I haven't. But I did check him out, and he's legit.
He's legit. He's really a preacher. He's really a cop. He's really a shepherd. He's got a whole flock. He really works for the forensic team, and he really works for U.S. Marshals. How did you check him out? Just because he's a pastor and he's a fucking auxiliary deputy, how do you know that he works for the U.S. Marshals? How do you know that he had a run-in with someone who would actually have some of this information? How do you know that he spoke to these people? He could just be, at minimum, I'm sure you checked out, that he was a pastor of a church, gotcha, and that he also worked with the police department. How do you know the rest of it? Don't say you fucking checked him out. You didn't check shit.
Okay. All right. So I'm just telling you, this is, again, I can't swear on it. But I'll tell you one thing. I don't have a doubt in my mind about what the man's telling me. None.
You never fucking do. You trust everybody. You never do have a doubt. Never.
Row.
Every time you've had information and it's ended up being wrong, every time, you've never had a doubt in your mind. The Lord led me to this. The Lord God Jebus, he sent this to me. He burdened me with this.
Okay, here we go. The bottom line is the federal agents on the call said openly that Trump has been in office and will soon be made public. We were all in shock, but glad. Now, with that being said, my buddy, who's a pastor in Alabama, called me and said that his son, who is in the military, called him and told him that his group was advised that Donald J. Trump was the president and commander-in-chief.
Lies. Lies, 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 lies. I don't care what they tell you. If they tell you that there still isn't a picture of the president at the military installations, yeah, it takes about 2 fucking years. I used to stay in those barracks where we had to hang the pictures. If they tell you, oh, we've been advised of it, no. They are not out here telling the fucking military that Donald Trump's the real president. I think the military is kind of skittish right now, worried about, we just sent a bunch of fucking bombers to start fucking up Afghanistan after a little attack and a spat they're having over there. I think they're worried about going to Afghanistan. I think they're real fucking worried about China right now. I think they're worried about a lot of things, but it's not who the fucking president is.
That the military was only accountable to Trump, and Biden was a front. So while on the phone last week with the federal guys, I told that story, and we were told the whole truth, exclamation point. The truth as to what has been going on and what will continue to go on. What I can say is just take a step back and look at Biden and everything. I'm about to give you a big hint as to 50% of what's been going on. It's been a part of the plan, and remember the Trump book, The Art of the Deal. The Art of the Deal. Biden and some of these others aren't in there because of fraud. We knew fraud would happen, but the deal was made, and with the covert deal, many were and are being exposed. Maybe someday I will meet you and we can chat. I'm attaching 2 pictures, one of my gear, so you don't think I'm a quack, LOL, and the second one of my badges. You may have to zoom in, but look at the badge I'm holding and the name that's on it. And I can tell you what it says. Okay.
There are people just as fucking crazy as Brad that would have an active police commission. That doesn't mean they have any information that we don't have. It just doesn't. You either got to play this one or 2 ways. Is it a big fucking secret to wake everybody up, or are they telling the fucking military, federal law enforcement, and the army? Well, I guess the army and the military, I said that twice. Are they telling federal law enforcement and the military, or is it a big fucking secret waking everybody up? Which one are we doing? We can't do both. Because you know who I didn't keep secrets from when I was in the military? My fucking wife. I just didn't.
Why do I have it already? Well, because some of us know, and the government is preparing now, not for his return, because he's already in there, but is revealing the massive trap that has been set, and also how many and who made a deal with him. The art of the deal. Love what you...
Not only does this guy know that Trump's really been president the whole time, he also knows it was a trap. He knows how it was set up. He knows when it'll be revealed. He knows everybody else that knows about this. He knows how it was set up. He knows what's coming next. He knows why it happened and what it's for. How would he know all that? I would be more apt to believe, hey, you know, they told us something really weird about the president and told us to keep our mouth shut. I don't think Biden's the president. Rather than, I know the plan. I know the reason they did the plan. I know how they're orchestrating the plan. I know the next 2 steps of the plan. I know everybody else that knows the plan, and they know me. And we all work together because we all know the plan because we're all part of the plan. Okay.
You're doing. Keep it up, and God bless you, my brother. I wrote him back, and I said, oh my gosh, I knew it. Praise the Lord. Okay? And he said,
I will agree, you probably need emergency food supplies. Everybody does. But we're not going fucking dark for 10 days. Get the fuck out of here.
I said, is there anything in what you sent me that I can share? Okay? And he told me, you're allowed to share it all except my identity, where I live, and the pictures. Those are all very private.
Oh, God.
Any trouble from that. I'm just trying to remain safe in this, if you know what I mean. But as far as everything else, you can absolutely share it for sure. He said, the Christian people in this nation need to not only remember, but truly practice this. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew our strength. Nothing that comes easy is worth having, but what we fight for is worth it all. In the Bible, King David had...
I agree that it's a good idea to have food supplies the same way I would have agreed 10 years ago that it's a good idea that you have food supplies. It has nothing to do with what's going on now. It's always a good idea to have emergency food supply. Something that lasts for like 2 weeks. You could get hit by a fucking tornado, a hurricane, earthquake, and be cut off for a week or 2.
600 men, and they went to take back all their stuff. And along the way, 200 of those men dropped out because they were tired and weary. But yet David did not let that discourage him. The story goes on to say that David and the rest of his men go into the camp and they take back everything that was stolen. And it sent out a strong message to those people and in the other camps to not mess with David or his men. And that is where we are in the country today. Now, let me look here. Okay. All right. I've got tons of stuff here, and I'm not. and I'm being as honest as I can be right here. I'm not trying to exaggerate this. I'm being honest. It is. I am so excited about all of this stuff. Somebody says, "Sorry, I don't believe." You can believe whatever you want to believe. It's America, okay? But I can tell you right now, the guy's legit.
You can believe whatever you want to believe. It's America. But I'll tell you right now, he's legit. Piece of shit. Get out of here.
I've checked him out. Okay? You know, he's not going to give me pictures to show everybody. All right? But I will tell you this. Here's what I'm going to tell you. And I've got a lot. In fact,
at this point, who the fuck cares if Trump's been in charge the whole time? He started Warp Speed. He's pushing you to do the same things that the Biden administration's doing. And he let half the swamp, quote unquote swamp, out of fucking prison on his way out through pardons. And he left your friends, your family, and your neighbors locked up as political prisoners for what happened January 6th. Some of them deserve to be in jail, I'll agree. Some of them were walking around. Who the fuck cares?
if you were on here with me in the beginning a while ago, my wife came and kissed me goodnight because we're leaving in the morning to go home, and she was asking me what all was said on the phone call. I just got off with the phone with a man, and we talked for 50 minutes. That's why I was late. I was drinking out of drinking out of a fire hose. I was being blown away by a fire hose, my whole body. There's so much stuff here, man. I'm just over.
We don't need to know about your love life, Brad.
Here's what I will tell you. Pedo Joe, that is not him. That is not him. It's a pretend.
Of course. Guys, if you're not subscribed to this channel, please hit the subscribe button and the like. While you're there, the thumbs up. I would appreciate it because I'm going to be here for at least 2 weeks. Hell, I might be here permanently.
He said there's 3 different guys that play him. There's 3 different guys that play him. Okay. Also,
Dave, I don't want to say that I would like to interview you, but I will say this. I'll let you go down, and my meat microphone is just for you, brother. It's Dave Direct. You can do a couple mic checks.
he also confirmed
gag reflex check, whatever.
Unconstitutional. They cannot make you take a shot to keep your job. They cannot do it. It's unconstitutional. Okay.
Okay, so the problem with unconstitutional is you can't just say something's unconstitutional. It has to be fought in court. Now, I err on the side of it's unconstitutional, but I'm not saying that everybody's going to keep their job just because we yell that. We're going to have to end up with some shit in court. And I hate that, and I know people are going to lose their jobs. They're going to be worried. They're going to be stressed. They're going to be out of work, upset. But, I mean, we've got to prove it in court. And if it doesn't get higher than a state, it's going to have to be district and then probably Supreme Court. It's going to be hard times for a lot of people. I'm just trying to be honest with you. Just because you scream that's unconstitutional, somebody could fire me tomorrow in Tennessee, and it's a right to work state because they don't like the way my shoes are tied, and they say no reason. They check the box that says no reason. It's going to have to be proven in court, and it's going to cause hard times for a lot of people.
You need to stand your ground and make them fire you. Do not quit. Make them fire you because they are going to get sued. You can come back on them. Okay? I had somebody said, I knew from the beginning it wasn't Joe. Yeah, well, we all did, but this is confirmation. Yeah, I sure do. Some random guy sends you. Yeah, I sure do. Sure do believe him. And if you knew what I knew, you'd believe him too. Okay? There's people that's been with me for a long time. They understand. They're going to believe what I say. There's other people that's not going to believe what I say. I really don't care because I know the truth.
But you do care, or you wouldn't make these lashing out, screaming, yelling videos about how your chat's horrible and they do this and they shouldn't ask you for that and they shouldn't expect you to do a show when you say you're going to do a show, and they shouldn't expect the website to work because you kept taking donations and donations and it still doesn't fucking work. Like you clearly do care. You should care. It's your audience.
Okay. 17, I'll give you a couple more other little things here. 17 is legit.
Nope.
And here's the last thing I'm going to give you for tonight. The one that everyone's been wondering about for a long time now, if he's alive. That person. It has 3 letters and Junior after his name. He's alive.
I think he start talking about a guy. I'm not going to say his name, but it starts with a J and ends with an FK Jr. Starts with a J, ends with an FK Jr. What a fucking douche.
Is legit. And here's the last thing I'm going to give you for tonight. The one that everyone's been wondering about for a long time now, if he's alive. That person. It has 3 letters and Junior after his name. He's alive.
Fuck you.
Told me seen him with his own eyes.
So not only does your guy know the plan, the reason for the plan, the next steps of the plan, how they put the plan into action, why they're doing the plan, who they're using for the plan, what's going to happen when the plan is over. He also saw JFK Jr.
And his wife. And I got a bunch of other stuff. Oh my gosh. I can't even tell you. I cannot tell you how excited I am right now.
Me neither, Brad. I'm so excited. Wow.
How many of you that's been with me for 9 months have ever seen me at a loss for words?
This fellow.
Never. I'll tell you this. All of this is happening. It's all true. Praise Jesus. Now, I'm not saying that things are not going to continue to get bad for a while. I don't know. I don't know what is fixing to happen. I just know that DJT is calling the shots. And there has been deals made. There's a reason. Oh, I'll tell you this one. There's something else to remind me.
He's calling some pretty shitty shots. Then let's just go ahead and say that.
She's been busy.
Society is ready to destroy itself. We're on the brink of war with at least 3 different nations. Everybody's unhappy. We're all losing our jobs at a massive rate. Nothing is going well for anybody. And we're just going to be like, he's calling the shots. Thank God he's at the helm. Could you imagine? Jesus Christ. Love you, buddy. Come here. Easy. Say back.
Nana.
Say, what's your name?
I will Nana do.
Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Give me a hug.
Your daddy hugs and kisses.
Love you. Have a good night. Aww. Aww.
Can you do that?
No.
I'm so excited I can hardly hold it in. Listen. He said I could share the rest of it. I'm going to do that over the next day or so here.
He's getting a trim tomorrow. Ollie is terrified of clippers. We used to keep his hair cut really short, like kind of like Liam's hair, or like a buzz cut. I would even cut it sometimes during the summer, but when he developed his sensory processing and it went full blown, he got scared to death to have his hair cut. He thinks it hurts him. I'll tell you a little story. We had a hairdresser who would agree to cut their hair. And she had a special needs child, and she was really good. Like she come to our house for like the first 2 visits. She would sit on the floor and play with him, blah, blah, blah. And then we started moving him to the haircutting place. It didn't matter if she took 2 hours to cut his hair. We paid for a special haircut, and I gave her a tip, and everything went fine. We missed an appointment. And I still paid the full amount and a tip. We missed an appointment. I paid the full amount and a tip. The next time we were supposed to have an appointment, we were out of town. Mariah contacted her 3 days early. I paid the appointment and a tip. Twice. I paid for no haircut plus a tip. Okay, twice. I paid for no haircut plus a tip because it was our fault. We had scheduled and we missed it. Then she never fucking spoke to us again. Never. Never spoke to us again. So, there we go. I call him different things. Sometimes I call him Ollie Wally or Alderman or what. I call him different things. It aggravates him. It's just me picking at him, honestly.
I've got to really put it together and think about how I'm going to say some of these things.
I used to get my hair cut by Floby.
Somebody just said something about food.
He doesn't do scissors either. He thinks that his hair cutting causes pain. So if he sees like his hair fall to the ground, or if he notices hair on his shoulder, he suddenly feels like he's in pain. He hates it. He doesn't do scissors either. Doesn't do anything.
Glad you said that. I want to address that. Listen, there is food shortages.
He really hates Alderman. Okay. For sure.
Make sure you have enough food and water for a few weeks, at least. Okay? Sherry Lynn said, Brad, he trusted you to release this information because he knows that you are real. You know what, Sherry? That was my last question to the gentleman.
Bullshit. I don't know. Brad, you've clearly been alive longer than me. I said it backwards at first. You've clearly been alive longer than me. You know that there are people who will make shit up to fit your narrative because they want you to like them, to pay them attention, to give them a pat on the back. That's bullshit. I could say tonight that the moon is actually a giant cookie, and I know this because a crumb fell off of it and landed in my backyard, and I ate it. And within 2 weeks, I could find somebody that would be an anonymous source that says, hey, I've been to the moon. Actually, my mom's the one who baked the cookie. Yeah, it's a snickerdoodle. You wouldn't believe it by looking at it, but it is a snickerdoodle. Like, bullshit.
Why are you telling me this? Why have you reached out to me to tell me this? And he said, basically, because I know you're legit and your heart's in the right place.
Somebody ban Dave. I'm tired. He's just full of shit. The JFK Jr. was enough.
And you're giving people hope.
The only thing less accurate than JFK Jr. being alive, that claim, is JFK's flying skills.
They need to know there's hope. So, Every little thing's going to be all right. Remember the little boy? Every little thing is going to be all right. But in the meantime, we need to be prepared and be diligent. Use common sense. Okay, so, I would have, personally, if I could, I would have 2 months of stuff. I don't know. But I think the crap's going to hit the fan next week. And, it's happening everywhere down here in Florida, back home in Chattanooga.
I really like the conspiracy theory that that JFK Jr. was not. It wasn't just a plane crash. I like that conspiracy theory, and I like to explore it. It doesn't mean I believe it or disbelieve it or whatever. I like talking about conspiracy theories. The problem is you take them above and beyond, and they're all factual, and nothing else is true, and this is right because evil deep state cabal, baby eaters who farm children underground. Yeah, okay, sure.
I'm seeing, we don't have these items. We can't fill your order. We may not have all of our stuff here because of shortages. Just be prepared and don't panic. Okay? Don't panic. Your president is in control. And we know Almighty God who sits on his throne is in control.
I don't know if you guys know this, but Brad plays the narrative to his fans that I attack him and that nobody watches my show. It's just me and my wife, and me and my wife make bot accounts, and just we're the only people in chat, and we all you guys are us, me and my wife. And he plays the narrative like I just sat around and attack him and lash out at him and hate him and this and that. But if you've been at with this show long enough, you'll know that the first time we found Brad, I just thought he was dumb and I felt bad for him. And I reached out to him twice to help him fix his show so it wasn't this fucking hot mess. And he rewarded me by banning me from his Facebook, his wife's Facebook, banning my wife, who had never spoke to him, from his Facebook and his wife's Facebook, and then threatening to sue me.
I love all of you. Okay? I'm going to give you some more information as I put it together and absorb it. It's a lot. Okay? And this is good for now. This is a lot. Okay? So I want to, let's close with a quick prayer. Okay? And now, God, I ask you for all
Let's close with a longer version of Shut the Fuck Up, Brad. It's a game I like to play.
All righty. Oh, I got to tell you a story. I got to tell you this, what happened just then, or earlier today. I was out on the beach. And I was sitting in a chair.
You guys say, who would marry him, but I've seen him up on stage, and there are literally granny panties raining down on the stage.
Me and my son.
I thought they were car covers. No, sir.
And one of my daughters. And this guy, I had this cap on. That's when I saw my cap. That's when it made me think of it. So I had this cap on. And a guy comes by, and he says, passing behind us, we were sitting out there on the beach, and he says, "Hey, man, nice cap." I guess I might have turned to him just a little bit or something. And I had on these shades that looked like these, they weren't mine. I always forget mine. So I had on these shades. They looked like insects or something. I looked like an insect. These stupid shades on. And anyway, so he didn't really, he just said, "Nice cap." And then when he walked by, I said, "Hey, hey, how you like?"
You guys should harass Scott McKay until he has to present me with a Purple Heart.
Like my shirt. I showed him my shirt, and he come around.
Littering. Pass it
around and got right in front of my chair. And he goes, "What is your name?" So I took my insect glasses off, and he says, "You're Brad Barton. Oh my gosh." And okay. And I'm trying to remember his name. His last name was Inks. I think it was Aaron, I think. Inks, and his wife. And we just had a good old time fellowshipping for about 15 minutes, took pictures. And so anyway, it was great to meet him and his wife today. It was an honor and a pleasure. And hey, just thought I'd share that. It was a funny story. And you never know who you run into out here, So anyway, hey, God bless you. Love all of you. Share this. Move it. Get it everywhere. Get it everywhere. Everyone needs to hear this good news. Yes, God is good. Yes, ma'am. He is so good. And if you haven't gotten your tickets, get your tickets. Go to GodandCountryReunion.com or BradMartinUSA.com and get your tickets for the big event in Kentucky, September the 9th, 10th, and 11th. All right. God bless. Have a great night. Good night.
Anybody that has a paid event on September 11th, I'm going to go ahead and mark them off my list of people I would ever fucking trust or listen to. Fuck that noise. September 11th should always be a day of remembrance. I don't care who you think did it. There's a lot of people that fucking died in it. That should always be a day of remembrance and honor and silence. You shouldn't be selling tickets to a goddamn thing. That's fucked up. Anyway, so now we know the scoop on Brad. We can get back to Mark.
And so grateful God was able to get that message to Brad, and several people received a message the night before, and it is so great to hear that confirmation. It's something we already knew. I mean, we know DJT never left office. He never conceded. He knew what was going to happen in 2020 by watching what happened in 2018.
That's kind of a cheap shot at me, Sandy. Roll. You clearly know that I'm bald. And it hurts. We did try letting Ollie cut my pubic hair, but it got way too weird way too quick. Okay? So keep your cheap shots to yourself, Sandy Roll.
And after how he got in as the president in 2016, not saying he cheated or anything like that, but they didn't count on the human factor and his message being so strong and his work ethic being so strong in 2016 is how he won. They didn't account for all that. They just knew she would win and she wouldn't lose. And then when she did, it was devastating.
Not even Michael Jaco's hair cream would fix me, okay? This is it. I have a giant fucking skull. It's completely circular. I look like a cancer patient and also the baddest motherfucker you'll ever know, okay? Now it's out there in the open. Thanks for fucking exposing me, Sandy Roll. I wasn't even going to come out of the closet yet, and now everybody knows I'm fucking bald. Okay? Jesus Christ. I've been trying to hide it like Scott McKay's sexual orientation. You guys throwing me under the bus here.
The cries that we're seeing now from them are the things that they're trying to mandate on us. That's just them.
No, I've shaved it slick for goddamn right. How long have I slaved my hair slick? Like 10 years? I shave it in the shower for probably 10 years. Since I was in the military, early on in the military.
I'm showing us they're terrified. Okay?
I think it makes me look like an evil genius.
It's more and more. It gets more and more ridiculous every.
I have 283 people watching me. Thank you, Dylan, for pointing that out. That you're dumb as fuck and don't understand what multi-stream is.
Every day.
Appreciate it, though.
More and more ridiculous every day. So it's a matter of not is DJT coming back. It's when, okay? And from what I understand, that win is very, very soon. Like sooner than we anticipated. And then being said. So put on your seatbelts, guys. I'm not going to give you a date this week.
Hey, man, that's not... If you want to ask me on a date, that's fine. But come on. Is that the appropriate way?
Seatbelt on. You want to bury your head in your faith and listen closely to every word, okay? Listen closely to every word. They've been preparing all of July to bring him to bring it public, okay? They knew the military was the only way back in 2018. They knew the military was going to be the only way when DJT brought Robert Mueller to the White House to interview.
I do have a giant head circumference. I'm on the last 2 clicks of this snapback, but head circumference is also directly related to intelligence. There's several studies that prove that. So, yeah. Potato, I guess.
Him for becoming the FBI director when he wasn't even eligible to become the FBI director. That's not what he did.
It looks really bad from this angle, like when I'm leaning. But when I look at you head on, it's not too bad. I look like maybe I had cancer and enjoyed it, or you don't want to fuck with me. I know how to pull out on a slight incline on a Harley, and I do not wear chaps 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't know. I like it. What actually happened is I used to just buzz cut it short, and when I was in the military, one of my, I guess like kind of like a mentor of mine, he had his head shaved and said, "Oh, it's easy. You do it in the shower. You should shave your head. You don't have to worry about regs and haircuts and this and that. Just shave everything, face and head together in the shower, and then you're done." So I started shaving it for probably about 8 to 9 months. I was going to say 6 months, probably about 8 to 9 months. And then I thought, I'll grow it out for a little bit, and it wouldn't fucking grow back. I don't know if I damaged it or what, but it would not grow back. I had a hiccup. It would not go back after I started shaving it.
He set the angry Democrats free through Robert Mueller so they could commit the crimes, and it could all be watched and recorded. Okay? 13 angry Democrats with no legal ease whatsoever trying to prove a Russian collusion hoax without any real cause on DJT's part. So, of course, he flipped Robert Mueller. Not interviewed him for the FBI position, the head of the FBI. He flipped him. He knows all about Uranium One by the time Robert Mueller leaves the office. He knows all about where the Hillary Clinton is.
Actually, that's not true. They did. So Wisconsin did purge about 200,000 voters from their rolls, but 175,000+ of those had not voted in the last 4 years or 8 years, I think. The other 30,000 had been a split vote, and they were removed from Wisconsin. But let's see. Hold on. A shit ton of those had not voted at all. In the last, I think it was either 4 or 8 years, and Trump lost by about 20 or 30,000. I can't remember how many. He would need greater than 90% of those votes to even fix that. I think is what the ruling was, but it doesn't matter. He didn't have 90% of those votes. So.
He knows all about what the angry.
I got nothing but man juice. Can't have girl babies.
In the Russian collusion hoax
Testosterone's too high.
Investigation. They're gonna nail him to the wall. That's all they ever wanted since he won the race. Was that him out of the way, because they had their own 16-year plan that he thwarted. He thwarted on our behalf because we were sitting back letting it happen. Yes, he's definitely got this. He's been doing this since the moment he stepped in office.
What they did in Wisconsin today, I know people are peddling it as some type of, I don't care what Trump says. Trump says he fucking won every state but one. That doesn't make it true. I wanted Trump to win, trust me. I don't give a fuck what he says. He also said, "We love you, you're special, go home." Neither one of those were true either. They don't love you and you're not special. I don't give a fuck. That doesn't matter. Just because he says it. I'm on the moon. I'm sorry, I'm still in my house. I guess just saying it didn't make it true.
Since the moment he went down the escalator, he's been fighting for us. Been setting up what we're seeing right now. Guys, he's 10 steps ahead the whole darn time. Some of you might be asking who Brad Barton is. Brad Barton is a patriot who has the little talk show. and he shared a lot of heavy intel last night on it about what's going on and about
what Wisconsin did today was just regular maintenance. Every state does it after an election, after everything's certified and 100% gone through, signed off on, counted, all the shit goes through. What they did was just regular fucking maintenance on their voter rolls. Most states do it if you haven't voted in 8 years or 4 years. And that's why it's a good idea to, every time you update your license, to check and make sure that you're still on the voter rolls.
Some are considering the second coming. Of course, we know it's not the second coming, but the guy that's alive in all of this is the son of an assassinated president.
The son of an assassinated president.
And it's bringing the plan full circle. Rob's comment on screen is, it's no coincidence. That's exactly right, Rob. All right. But I mean, this has been part of the plan the whole time. When Charles Freak shared with you the takedown of the cabal around the world that Donald Trump did, DJT did, DJT did when he first got in office, from A to Z. Guys, this is exactly what it was. This is what it was all about. He took them down one by one, had them all capitulate. Okay, they either joined,
capitulate,
him, made a deal with him, or they got dealt with. All right, he's made a lot of deals on the way. The art of the deal is coming full force, full to the front. The whole plan was to get rid of this child sex trafficking, human trafficking rings, slow down and remove the drugs coming into the country and the rest of the world, all the illegal corruptionists, okay, to bring down the media. The media went from being a biased propaganda arm years ago, probably 15, 20 years ago. They were biased then, okay? Very, very few people were in journalism to tell you the truth, okay? They weren't out and out lying to you yet, but they were definitely throwing propaganda at you already, and it was biased, okay? They went from biased, the media has gone from biased.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hudson. And me and you talked quite a bit about it, and when you were literally in the trenches trying to convince people that they were being lied to and deceived and blah, 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 and we talked quite a bit. It's the same shit months and months and months later. I honestly wonder how long they can make it go. What are we going to do when we're in next fucking year? When we're in 2022? Are they still going to be pushing this same fucking lie over and over again?
While we know the military could have been the only way, the media themselves have gone from being biased to being out and out liars to out and out exposing or turning good people into criminals on their TVs, on their reporting, turning good people into criminals to cover up their corruptness and crimes. I mean, they're their own three-letter agency now. That's just how corrupt it has gotten. Everybody's got the greed thing going on. And that's what happened in 2016 is they weren't paying attention to DJT's work ethic and the message he was putting out. Guys, what do we have to lose? We had already lost everything. And he said those. It says, for those asking who is Brad Barton, Brad Barton is a little talk show. He's a fine patriot, a Christian man, a God-fearing man who shared some intel. He actually had the available resources to legitimize the intel that he got and who he got it from. And Christmas in August, that's exactly right. And he shared it with us, okay? He's supposed to be coming on tomorrow, maybe even tonight, later tonight, I don't know. But he's going to share the rest of it with us, okay? What I'm sharing with you is what we already knew. We keep overlooking it because we're in the here and now, all right? We have to see how the plan has been working.
I don't know if you guys understand how babies are made, but there's going to have to be some type of sex happen. There is literally zero chance that babies are being made in my household. Thank you for your interest, though.
All right. That's why I keep saying trust.
The neighbor might have 2 or 3 little bird babies running around, just not Mariah.
But we have to see how it's been working. You know, what's new? Why is nothing happening when everything is happening? Everything
She's a little spicy too. Mexicano.
is happening. Everything is happening from the media is imploding on itself. COVID is imploding on itself. The Delta variant is nothing more than exposing the bad experimental stuff. The bad experimental stuff. You know, it's imploding on itself.
I love how the chat's over his fucking face the whole time. You know how to fix that, right? Just move the fucking... You just move the camera. Move the camera. You're a fucking liar. 3 days ago, my ass. Not to mention, I keep a basket of freshly baked Plan B muffins on hand at all times.
It's all been a lie. All right? They planned on doing it, and they're going to keep renaming it. It'll be just after the Delta variant, it'll be God knows what, and they'll just keep renaming it. Well, the idiots are too stupid to realize that we're not as...
Don't get in a fight about chats or other people's chats or other people's mods. It always ends up in an argument. I don't care what they do on anybody else's chat. I don't care what happens over there. Basically, our rules is say whatever you want, but if you get on my nerves, eventually, I'm going to fucking ban you.
As stupid as we
That's
want
all that matters.
Okay? That every time a new strand comes out, the weaker it is. That's basic science. Basic science. It's out there for everybody to see. Yes, Brad Barton is a wonderful human being.
On the bottom bunk.
Right. All right. We knew who the president of the United States was. If anybody has got a thought in their head at this point in time, a legitimate thought that they can sit down in front of, let me hide this comment.
Just fix your camera. Look at all this room where we're looking at your giant china cabinet in your hangar house. Just fix your camera, dude. Put your head up here. There's a rule in filming and videography or whatever where it's called either the 1/3 or the 2/3 rule, depending on how you look at it, to where out of the camera, what you see on the camera, 2/3 should be you and there should be like 1/3 above. He's not even fucking, he's barely half. If you don't count his hat, he's not even half. He needs to put himself up there where the comments are on his fucking chest.
So you can't see my face. So they can sit down in front of somebody and intelligently tell them that Flashbang is the president. They need mental help because it's not true. There's 3 guys playing Flashbang. The real Flashbang is nowhere to be found.
Mm-hmm.
We can explain.
He's sitting in the White House laughing at you all dumb motherfuckers. You saw the way he sidestepped that question, didn't you? Are there people in the Democratic Party who want to defund the police? Are there people in the Republican Party that thinks we're sucking out children's blood? You gave them an out. You gave them a reason to think we're all crazy. You gave them the next narrative they're going to push on why we're dangerous and shouldn't own firearms and shouldn't fucking be allowed to speak on social media and shouldn't be allowed to fucking wander the earth freely. You gave them that. You and Scott and Wano fucking Saven and Gene Decode and Chahurston W and her penis. You gave them that.
Explain that later. We are going to find out about it. We already know what happened. All right. But they knew the military could be the only way.
I pray when we all get rounded up that I end up in the same concentration camp as you guys. I know I'll be in Brad's. We're both from Tennessee. Sector 3 is what I hear. I'm going to fuck you up.
with this much corruption. Okay, the military is going to be the only way to lawfully state who the lawful president of the United States is right now. Very soon, very, very soon, sooner than we anticipate. And the FRAUD stuff, we're excited to hear it. It's coming out slowly but surely, not fast enough for.
I'll show you how they know who's playing Flashbang. Charlie Ward told them. There you go.
In life, you remember as a schoolboy, when you get caught out lying, everything else falls down around you. And it's going to be a pleasure to sit back and watch. It really is.
Oh, she looks like she's 18. Like, come on.
Yeah, but if that's an actor,
2 actors.
if that's one of the actors, are they portraying him to like that? Because
they're doing it to wake people up.
Yeah, they're doing it to shock people and wake them up and say, "This is who I voted for. What's going on here?"
Somebody sent me one of the outtakes the other day of Biden.
You gotta laugh.
I'm laughing all the way. All the way.
When you see the outtakes, you realize who the actor is because he goes into himself.
Oh, I want to. Can we show that?
I will. I'm just going to get it now.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I think I know who they are. Should I guess? Can I guess out loud who I think they are?
Yeah, you can.
I think it's James Wood and Jim Carrey.
It is.
Am I?
What?
That's exactly who it is.
Yeah.
Where is
Masks. A woman had an interview with the person that makes the mask.
Yes, correct.
I understand that, but the thing is, the body.
What is
the height?
That's why they got the part, because they were very similar in height.
You said Jim Carrey, the actor?
I don't care who you support, who you think would be the best president, who you're a fan of, who you think is in charge, who you think will be in charge. There has never been a person who used military power to put himself, either rightfully or not rightfully, in control of a country, and it ended up good or gave that power back. It doesn't happen. I don't care if you think the second coming of Jesus Christ is in charge of our military and is going to use it to put himself in the White House. It will not end well, and that power, every time we've ever given the government any power, they've never given it back. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. When we give them power, it is now theirs. We can't get it back. That's why it's so important when they are proposing laws or legislation or acts that we get out ahead of it. When they use the military to come into power, when they use the military to put themselves back where they belong, they never give that power back, and it never ends up good for the people.
Jim Carrey, the actor.
The one that hates Donald?
White hats are using them.
The white hats are using them because they're prostitutes. They do their job when they get paid. That's what they are. They'll do anything when they get paid.
A prostitute.
They always used to say, "Alrighty then."
No, I would say that James Wood would with Trump, right?
I'm just
James Wood
Jim Carrey lines. What?
But Jim Carrey doesn't like Trump.
I mean,
it's just as much as our fault as it is anybody else's of who's in charge right now of our government, all the way from your mayor, your representatives, your aldermen, whatever you have, all the way up to the top. We should have never, ever, ever, ever elected anybody that wasn't a common man. There shouldn't be a person that ever serves our interest that hasn't had to work a fucking blue collar job at least once, hasn't had to struggle to pay the bills, hasn't had to manage how to fucking pay the light bill this month, or this bill's late, or I don't have the greatest credit right now. We should have never put millionaires in charge of our fucking lives, because we're not millionaires and they don't give a fuck. All they're worried about is becoming billionaires. And they'll never understand the problems that I have and the problems that you fucking have. They won't understand them. They've never struggled to pay a bill. They've never worked a factory job. They've never had to pull overtime for Christmas. They've never had to save up. They've never had a fucking car repossessed. They've never made a late fucking payment. They've never done anything but use their money to make more money. And they don't give a fuck about you, and they don't give a fuck about me. I don't care if they're red or blue or R or D, and I don't give a fuck what state they're from. They don't give a fuck about you, they don't give a fuck about me, and they don't know what we live through. And we should have never put them in power.
Maybe he made a deal because
They have enough power with the fucking money they throw around.
he's so heavily involved.
He may well have done. He may well have done.
Made a deal. Yeah.
And the height, Jim Carrey is pretty tall. James Wood is tall also. James Wood's tall. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to find it. The trouble is,
He's getting red pilled.
I'm legit. As long as my family's taken care of, my financial needs are steady. I know this is a bunch of qualifiers. As long as my family's taken care of, we have a roof over our heads, and my financial stability is kind of set. I'm legit thinking about running for office just to document it and show you guys what it's like. Every day a live stream, every day show you what I'm doing, show you how it goes, show you how much money it costs, even though I'm not going to be able to do the things. But if I wanted to be invited to this, or if I wanted to buy $160,000 worth of polling data, I can't do that, but I'm going to show you what it takes. If our house situation, my family's taken care of, and my income's stable, I'm going to run for office and document it.
No. I in my mind, the last words that Donald Trump said in my mind are, the best is.
It's not. I mean, it's not really about votes. I don't expect to win. I don't think I'll win. That's not what it's about. I'm going to show you that even running for a state Senate House, if you don't have $1 million, you're not in the fucking contest. $1 million not in the bank, or not $1 million home. $1 million to fucking throw at the race, not knowing what's going to happen. That's what I aim to document. I'm not going to have the money to be competitive. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to win, but I am going to catalog it. I am going to show that, they're trying to get me to buy polling data for $385,000 so I can see how I'm doing. Oh, you have to have at least 10% of the vote to even be invited to this, and everybody who has 10% of the vote has spent $600,000 on their campaign so far.
Is yet to come.
That's right.
So I know that something's going to happen.
Yep.
I just don't understand.
And it's sooner than we think.
And it's sooner than we think. We hope it's
going to be
August,
quick.
right? We hope it's August.
I found it, and I'm actually
Maybe 4th of July, things are going to start shifting big time and quickly.
Well, it was his birthday yesterday. I thought he was going to do it yesterday, but it's still not ready yet.
Here we go. Here comes the video of who's playing Joe Biden.
Are you able to share? Do you want to send it to me and I can share?
I'm going to send. I'm sending it to my wife.
Okay.
On the big screen here. That's why.
Nice.
Hey, Beer Man, someone bought you a 6-pack. New supporter. Thank you. I'll throw that into the campaign fund. Thank you. I'm a retired nurse, and hubby is a steel worker millwright. Oh, I'm a millwright by trade, Miss Allen, just so you know. And we have lost our home during Obama administration, sent David home for 2 years. We finally said, fuck it, short sold our home, and as soon as Trump put him back to work, we bought an old 79's ranch-style one-level home. We have totally renovated it, and we love it here more than our dream home. We had to let it. Oh shit, we are happier than ever in 32 years of marriage. That's good. I mean, I'm glad you're happy. I know it's a struggle for a lot of people. Look, I didn't have the financial struggle that a lot of people went through in 2008 because I had just graduated high school and was trying to find a job, and everything was shit. I graduated in 2007. In the spring of 2007, the housing crisis started in early 2008. There was nothing. Like, I came out at it from a different viewpoint than most people. A lot of people, older people, were established, lost their jobs, lost their homes. I couldn't find anything. How do you think I wound up in the Army? I was fucking selling drugs and ended up in court, lost my scholarship, and ended up in the fucking Army.
She's going to come on one of these round tables. I would love to talk with her.
She came on the other day to say hello to. Right, so okay.
So tell her I said hello, and Justin.
I go to
little Justin. I love him.
Oh, talking about Justin.
Probably taller than me by now.
Right.
Do you know Charlie? Do you know Maurice Boland?
Yeah, I do.
His son, Justin.
I know Justin ever so well.
And Justin, you know Justin as well.
Yeah.
Is he better? I know that the last thing I heard was, I think, Sunday. He was still he was getting better. He's off the ventilator.
The last presidential race in our country, the last presidential race between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, not counting third parties, not counting anybody else that ran, Donald Trump and Joe Biden together spent $11 billion. It's hard for people to contemplate trillion and billion, but still, just hearing it, $11 billion was spent between the two campaigns to run the last presidential election.
Yeah,
So that's good.
this is all. Morris is very much a person that's all about him. He's
my scholarship was kind of half and half. I was going to play football for a smaller school, middle linebacker, athletic and academic, both, to where I could get 100% because I didn't have the money to go to school. I ended up in jail instead.
he does whatever he can to promote himself, and I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'll show you this.
I know.
Can you see this?
Here it is. Yes. Here's who's playing. This is Charlie got an unreleased outtakes clip of the actor who plays Joe Biden screwing up his lines because he's got connections. He knows generals.
Oh, yes.
Now listen. Now listen.
Look at his face.
That's funny.
We have to act graciously in victory, though. We need to go forward together. Unfortunately, there are situations in life, and this is one of them, where there must be a winner and...
Charlie Ward said he couldn't help himself. He had to say loser like that because it's just ingrained in him.
Wait, what did he say? Oh, I missed that part.
Loser.
A loser.
Loser.
That
You know who that is, right, Peppy?
that's Jim Carrey.
Yes.
That's Jim Carrey. His face was right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
His face was right there.
But
Yes.
they very kindly send me the outtakes.
I love that. Can you send that to me, Charlie?
Yeah,
Send it to both of us.
They very kindly send him the outtakes.
Is Doctor Doc?
Okay, let's see where these outtakes came from. Here we go. Click. What is this? That is Wondershare Filmora. Okay, play. Here we go. Oh, no. This right here is going to get claimed on my video tonight, but fuck it.
In life, and this is one of them.
It's from NBC's fucking TikTok. Charlie Ward claims that he gets deep state cabal intel that is the outtakes of presidential speeches, when in reality, it is the TikTok of NBC.
Where there must be a winner and... loser.
See you, Silver Shaman. Zahar.
There
are situations in life, and this is one of them.
That's how they know who's playing. They've got the evidence right here. Fresh evidence, my man.
For some of us, but we don't even need it. We already have the evidence. We have everything we need. They had it in 2018. They knew it was going to happen in 2020 from what happened in 2018 and from what happened in 2016. They knew exactly what was going to happen.
Is this the devil, son? I love that, man. I love you. Love you. Fucking surfer dude. Love you. I know people freaked out because Tony's hands went like this once. People fucking flipped out on Twitter. I don't care. I'm not into big hand signals. I do like this hand signal, though. This is the minivan. That's Mariah's specialty. She likes 2 in the back, 2 in the front, 5 in the back, kicking and screaming. The minivan.
The dummies that committed these treasonous, seditious frauds just overdid it. I mean, they did not think that patriots were smart enough to find out where
That's right. Texan Longhorns, right?
they were on legitimized paper or anything like that. I mean, these people are at this point saying some and doing some of the stupidest acts I've ever seen. And it's nothing more than them showing up.
I worked 7 months to keep our insurance and never brought home a paycheck during the last recession that you were talking about. Yeah. It was pretty bad for a lot of people. Like I said, I saw it. My dad lost everything. I saw it from a different viewpoint because I was just trying to get started. My dad was established and had a job, and my mom and dad ended up going from, a home and nice toys, a big nice diesel pickup truck and a big ass camper and this and that, to living in that camper and losing the truck and the home and everything else. And the way my viewpoint of it was, hell, I'm just trying to find a fucking job. I ended up working 2 shitty jobs and selling dope to make ends meet. Well, not ends meet, to make money like I wanted to make on the level I wanted to make. One part-time, one full-time job and selling dope, and ended up in jail.
Us how terrified they actually are and projecting it onto us. All right? They're terrified that we would unite. Now they know we've united. I'll tell you how stupid some of them are.
You're the smallest group, hopefully. I don't know who you united with, but you're not. If anything, you're going to be using as an example to grab more people. You are not the majority by any means, but you will be used as an example to cover the entire right wing, the entire Trump portion of the right wing, guaranteed.
They're all talking about who's going to replace Flashbang because they know it's not heels up. Bob Marley's not going to fly. They're not going to let that happen. The world's not going to let that happen. The United States is not going to let that happen. Nobody wants her. Okay, so they're all running around talking about who's going to be next to take Flashbang's place. Nobody. The lawful president of the United States is going to take his place. He's going to be arrested. It's going to be dealt with. And then the truth is going to be told. All right? The truth is going to be told very soon about the C-19. The C-19, okay? The truth's going to be told. There are going to be 2 people with the authority to sit down in front of the world and tell them the truth. Line by line, item by item. It's all going to be exposed very soon. The little talk shows with Brad Barton on Rumble and Telegram, and he goes live on his wife's Facebook page. Somebody will let me know what her name is again. I think it's Catherine Marbury Barton.
That's right. Catherine Marbury Barton.
Somebody will let me
You
know
got
what
it.
her name is so the folks on Facebook can find her.
Catherine Mayberry Barton.
Big sting operation. 10 p.m. posted on his Telegram.
19 Delta. Calf Scout.
Christian Mayberry Barton. He goes live on Christian Mayberry Barton, his wife's page.
Christian. That's right.
She seems to be a lovely lady too. Real good people, man. But you want fresh intel? This is your fresh intel right here. We knew the moment that we all ask God, why are you taking us through these troubled waters? God, because my children, the enemy can't swim. Hallelujah, Rob. Hallelujah. We knew the minute something was up, the minute ineligible person got invited to interview for the head of the FBI's office when DJT was in at the White House his first term. Okay, we knew Mueller was ineligible. We didn't know the whole story, but we knew Mueller was ineligible. Later to find out that he didn't do nothing but flip Mueller. He's been flipping them as he goes. A to Z, all one needs to know. That's right. Y'all give me just a second. Everything got a little blurry on me. All right. So if we could figure out, if a few of us, or more than a few of us that spoke up about it, can figure out that Robert Mueller was flipped, how many other people have been to the White House
Mueller.
numerous times to the Oval Office with DJT?
Bueller.
Been flipped.
Bueller.
I can tell you Jack and Zuckerberg have been numerous times to his office. EBS test is important, guys. I don't know if the date is important as much as the test. All right, because it's very when the EBS starts, whether it starts here in the United States or somewhere else in the world, or the rest of the world and not the United States, however it goes down. Okay, only a handful of people know this stuff. However it goes down, though, what comes out of it is very important. It's when the truth telling starts. Okay, Jim, you're dead on, man. You're dead on, Jim. Thank you for giving me time to get my vision back. I can see again. It's going in and out. So be careful. I gotta be careful of my energy level as well. But it's faith over fear, guys.
What's happening with your vision and energy?
We all know what that is. Yes, the federal government's being sued for $500 trillion. $10 p.m. on Fox. Dan Bongino and DJT.
No, she didn't die or become inactive. She got mad because we missed 2 appointments. Even though I paid for the appointments, and even though I left a tip with the appointments because it was our fault, she just refused. She's still active on social media. She just won't talk to us. Like, I understand she doesn't want people who miss appointments, especially when she fills a time slot. But I paid for the appointments. I left a tip with the payment, and she still ignored us. Roderick.
There's been no deals made for those that didn't have one coming. Biden will have a lockdown speech August the 11th.
Yeah, I didn't explain it well, I'm sure, but
9/11 speech.
yeah, I paid her and tipped her.
That could be the big scare event, guys. I can promise you, if that's what goes down, the first bit that comes out of EBS, it'll be very fast after that.
And both times we had probably a 2 or 3 days notice. If she really wanted to, fill those slots, she could have got double pay. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's more people than just us that needed slots and appointments. So I paid for it and left a tip with a 2 or 3 day notice. She could have easily called somebody that was on a waiting list or whatever, or moved somebody up a week and got double paid. But one time we were out of town and one time we just fucking forgot. But either way, I mean, I paid for them. I wasn't trying to be a dick, and I wasn't trying to lose her. She was the best with Ollie, of course, because she really understood how it worked. And like I said, she even laid down on the floor with him the first time she did it. She was good at what she did, but damn, she was a cunt when you missed an appointment. I think this is before I had a show. Before I had a decent sized show. I think I was still covering politics back then to like 30 people.
I have some on the way. I've drank less Gatorade for sure. I got to stay off the sugars and the sodium.
I'm sorry, I can't see your mouth. I wish you would move your fucking head camera.
Guys, a little bit about what's going on with me, okay? I really think that I've got tested with that oxide stuff on the test strip like 6 times in and out of the hospital with my first congestive.
She's the only person in this area that we had ever heard of that did that type of work too. Like, her kid was autistic, and even though Ollie's not autistic, he has a lot of similar symptoms with autistic children, which hopefully most of his he'll grow out of. But still, at this age and this time, he has a lot of those similar symptoms. So she really knew how to work with it. But
heart failure, which was all chemo.
She did not like Mariah.
I think this one is all spike protein.
Honestly, who does? Like, I know you guys have never met her in person, but it's not a pleasant experience, I'll tell you that much.
Related. And I'm not recovering as fast for that reason. So I'm having to do the all natural stuff until more comes out on how to combat this. Yes, I agree. I'm healed in the blood of the Lamb. That's right. Y'all, the prayers have been phenomenal. The love and the outpouring has been phenomenal. I'm so humbled. Yes, we need to say our prayers for Scott McKay and his family. His dad passed last night. Guys, we're in this together now, okay? All differences and disagreements aside, we're in this together. Right now, the head of us is the Lord God himself, okay? That's where it's all coming from. Random people aren't going to continue to call in the middle of the night and tell us things are happening or going to happen. God has started. He's ready to show you the miracles he has planned. He's ready to show you how the swat of his hand is going to clear a lot of the evil from which it stands. I feel good. My energy runs out quick. Yes, Liberty Water prayed for me last night, guys. I looked for him tonight. And I was going to jump on there and be humble in front of them and share with them as well. Like I said, many of
What did he say? Liberty Warrior prayed for him?
I don't know how prayed for me last night, guys. I feel good. My energy runs out quick. Yes, Liberty Water prayed for me last night, guys. I looked for him tonight.
I know he said Warrior, but I think he meant Liberty Warrior.
I was going to jump on there and be humble in front of them and share with them as well. Like I said, many of them, I don't know how mine's on, and the rest of them have been shut down immediately. All right. Heard that 34 very important instructions will be taken out by the rods of God, which will look like World War III to us, but it's part of the plan. Do not fear. Rob, absolutely. I was going to leave us with that tonight, guys, because we still need to be prepared, guys. We need to be prepared for what Rob just shared, because that may take out some of our supply chain temporarily, and they may use it in a narrative like we got few.
Heard that 34 very important structures will be taken out by the rods of God, which will look like World War III to us, but it's part of the plan. Come on. Listen how stupid this plan sounds. Imagine being in fucking Hiroshima, Nagasaki, during World War II, towards the end, and there's some preacher preaching that we're not actually in a war. This is all fake. The government's put this up. This isn't a real war. These are actors that media's lying to you. I'm telling you, we're not really in a war. We're friends with America, and this is all just to devalue our currency or whatever narrative they're spinning. And look, there's going to be a Rods of God attack, and it's going to look like an atomic bomb, something you've never seen before. Don't worry, it's part of the plan. You all are preparing for the U.S. to be invaded and destroyed and accept it as part of Trump's fucking plan, you dumb fucks. I guarantee you, if tomorrow fucking Charlotte, North Carolina gets hit with an intercontinental ballistic missile from fucking China or Russia, you guys are going to say, oh, that's part of the plan, guys. I don't know if you know this or not, but that was a cabal stronghold, and they hit that with the rods of God. And I know it looks like we're at war with China or Russia, but they're white hats. You dumb fucks. What are you preparing for? To give up the country?
Shortages. All right. I know many of you haven't seen the videos of the lumber stacked to the ceilings in these warehouses that are just hiding. Okay. The food and all that are just hiding, trying to make us think there's food shortages and lumber shortages and driving up cost of.
Mariah had record number low views when she was on the show. Like, I think people clashed with her personality, her on-camera appearance, her lifestyle, her name, her voice, the words she chose to use, her appearing on the show, the way we interacted, the way she spoke, her accent. Record low viewers when Mariah was on the show.
Goods and services. They're desperate for money. The more stupid shit they do, the more stupid stuff they concoct. Guys, it's just showing you how terrified they actually are. Call frontline doctors. Yes. I'm going to try to get back to that. All right. We want to make sure we have food, water, and gas. Okay. Let's see. I want to see what Liberty Warrior. So it looks like he made it back.
Liberty Warrior came back on Channel 2. They were bumped off for copyright infringement on intro music. No, they weren't. The Liberty Warrior's intro music is fucking custom. I mean, it's from fucking Ken, right? I don't think they were bumped for copyright infringement.
Back on Channel 2, they were bumped off for copyright infringement on intro music. Oh, wow. So is he alive now, Kathy? Is Liberty Warrior alive now? If somebody could jump over there and see if they want to join shows, that would be so cool. That would be so cool. What about FEMA camps for the okay, guys? Anything to do with the unjabbed and the jabbed is all going to be. This will be one of the first things they turn over. All right, this will be one of the first truths to get told. Start standing up to it. We do not stand for any of it. We do not stand for any of it. If it's coming from a government official, you tell them where the sun don't shine politely, peacefully. We're not standing for it. They're on Liberty Warrior channel now. Sue Parker, thank you for sharing that. Yep, all we have to do is just say no. You don't refuse, you decline. You don't refuse, you decline. Guys, if they mandate anything on you, okay, look, let's talk about that real quick because I happen to know that there's like 19,000 people going to walk out on a job here in North Carolina that are on the front lines of this medical stuff. What are they going to do? How are they going to run the hospitals?
There you go.
How are they going to run the hospitals with 19,000 people walking out because of an illegal, not illegal, an unlawful mandate? Yes, the black hats. They're going to throw everything they can at us, and the more and more they throw, the more and more terrified they are. Yes, Rob, I did see that. He shared that with me the moment it happened. Talk to him almost every day on Facebook. Great guy.
I wish I could make my nose click the same way he makes his nose click.
All right, that's
when
fine.
he snorts.
I gotta get in touch with him.
I don't know how he does it.
Share some love, because that's certainly what he did last night for me, and that's also the reason why we need to, stick a prayer out tonight for Scott McKay and his family. I wish my dad was still around to lose, so I know how he feels.
I wish my dad was still around to lose. By the way, if you didn't know, Mike is also a musical entrepreneur. He and Doe released a single. I've actually got it here now if you guys want to hear it.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up. And
Here
we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some off, it's about to get lit.
Yeah.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen.
I wish I had my dad and he could die too. What?
It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in the bass, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen none yet. And yeah.
Woo woo. Woo.
And Mars in the house.
My man, you are up way too late. What are you doing?
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed,
martial law.
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, digging tunnels, Dogecoin, the Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, Johnny.
Way too late, Em.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in the bass, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, 'cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
To be honest, last time Mariah was on, she got a little tipsy, showed her tits, and everybody left.
Yes, I've been trying to find the Gene Code recipe.
Oh, see you, Carolyn.
So we can
hope you sleep this one off. See you guys. Thank you, Mike, Carolyn.
How about the Freemasons? What about the Freemasons? Not sure what you're asking. Somebody asked, how about the Freemasons? Tell me what you're asking.
Usurpations.
Brad is still traveling or in the midst of unloading at home. I don't know that we'll see him jump on with me tonight, but he may jump on because he's got a wealth of information too.
Mariah is just another notch in the bedpost of about 90% of the county that we grew up in.
All right, I'll reach out to Kirsten. We'll figure out how to get...
Chahurston is her name? Chahurston? You know that.
It seems like every time I turn a corner, it snaps me back every so often. Like today, the cramps and the potassium, my potassium bottomed out, which bothers my heart. My potassium bottomed out below 1%, and it's supposed to be at 9. But that's enough about me. God has got me, guys. Y'all prayer and love and outpouring of love and prayers has cloaked me in the blood of the Lamb.
You're not allowed to use fork, and I think that's a Scott McKay trademark, and you have to give credit to Scott McKay anytime you say the word fork, forking, forker, forked, or forks.
And I'm going to receive this healing one way or another. We're just going to keep fighting for it. Okay? Like today, the cramps and the potassium.
Mike, Gene Decode has a recipe for graphene oxide. Why would he have a recipe for graphene oxide if you guys are claiming that that's the killer drug that's destroying everybody? If you don't know, graphene oxide is a very, 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 very powerful sterilization agent. It's also a carcinogen. But like, you guys ever given blood, or not given blood, but you guys ever submitted blood to the lab? You know they have little vials that are under vacuum, and what they do is when they hook them up, not only is your blood pushing out under pressure for your heart, but it actually is is a fucking little vacuum, and it pulls blood as well through into it. That's how they sterilize those tubes and vacuum and blah blah blah. And yes, there has been reports that trace amounts could be found within different medical instruments and tubes and beakers and this and that. But it's never been enough to fuck with anybody, to destroy anybody, to give anybody cancer. That's just something that you were able to latch onto and say, look, it's a carcinogen, so now we're all dying.
My potassium bottomed out, which bothers my heart. My potassium bottomed out below 1%, and it's supposed to be at 9.
So he's supposed to have 9% potassium by volume. Let's see about that. I guess he's talking about in his blood. Uh, 3.6 to 5.2 millimoles per liter. Very low potassium level would be 2.5. I'm trying to find it in percentage form, though. It says the potassium level, it's given it in less than 2.5. I don't think he meant to say percentage. He must have meant to say millimoles. I don't know. It's above my head already, above my pay grade.
But that's enough about me. God has got me, guys. Y'all prayer and love and outpouring of love and prayer.
Mariah eats bananas without even peeling them whole. No bites.
Cloaked me in the blood of the Lamb, and
she takes them like shots.
Received his healing one way or another. We're just going to keep fighting for it. Okay, we're not giving up.
We don't want him to. Easy. We don't want him to eat spinach. He'll look like Popeye the Sailor Man. Toot toot.
Up. We're not giving up in any way, shape, or form on that. We're not giving up any way, shape, or form on sharing this fresh stuff with you. I mean, this is all fresh.
What lab value is that? I don't know what a millimole is. I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but this is how it's spelled. 3.6 to 5.2. I'm gonna put it in the chat, by the way, because I might not even be saying that right. I've seen potassium pills before.
Fresh stuff. We knew it. We just we can't sometimes see beyond the end of our nose because we want to know what's going on. And you know, when somebody tells you
she prefers man cumbers,
nothing is happening, but everything is happening, and then we need to look beyond what the scope of our end of our nose is. And then that's like, you know, more children rescued today. That's how all this.
Where are these thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, quadrillions of children being rescued? Scott McKay says 100,000 of them floated up in Europe dead in the floods. How many kids are missing? We've already rescued hundreds of thousands, possibly millions, and hundreds of thousands washed up in Europe.
This got started in the first place was the love of rescuing children from these evil, satanic, distant bastards. Okay?
Hey, Flappy Booger. This is a family show. I don't care how fast your booger flaps when you sniff in. It's a family show, bastards.
It's corruption and this evil.
That was my family nickname the first 3 years of my life, and I don't appreciate you using it in such a derogatory manner.
Evil on earth while we sit and watch with our head turned. If it didn't affect us, we didn't do anything about it. We didn't pay attention to it. I'm not blaming us. I'm not blaming us at all. Yes, I believe Stu got it wrong too as well, Jackie. That's why I was showing Jackie's comment. I'm pretty sure it happened the way you're saying. In fact, I'm almost positive. Okay. If the cabal is bankrupt, okay.
You want to hear a sad story? When I was a child, I had a speech impediment as well. It got out by the time I reached school, but I couldn't say R's. I guess probably like most children, I wasn't really good with R's. I never had it in school, documented and had to do speech, but I wasn't good at saying R's when I was a kid. And I went to Bible school one year, and they asked me what my name was, and I told them that it was Bud. Or that's what they heard. I was trying to say Bird, my last name, Will Bird, B-Y-R-D, but they heard Bud, and they sent me home with an ashtray that I made for my mom that said Bud Bird. It shattered my self-esteem. Bud Bird. What a horrible name. Glad it didn't stick.
Okay, so the cabal's not totally bankrupt, guys. Their political establishment is, okay?
What are you laughing
They're
at?
not totally bankrupt, okay? What they are is limited. They're very, very, very limited. When I say limited, I mean very limited. Their supply, their money supply, excuse me. Their money supply. Hey, a little bit, can you give me
Whose money supply? A little bit.
some more tea, please?
A little bit.
Their money supply is
A little bit's what they called that blonde-haired chick that was on their show.
definitely not what it used to be. All right, with Nassar and Jassar going on, and those money transfers being unblocked through the system legitimately, and they still don't know what.
Legitimately.
Dwindling quick, okay? Their money supply is
It's a legitimate deal, dude.
They still have the corrupt
legitimate
media establishments feeding them. Like the Obamas. Everybody heard about the Obamas throwing a party where they're going to have 700 people there in the midst of the COVID Delta narrative.
Variant, not narrative. That's
Is that we all know where the Obamas are.
Where? Where's the Obamas? I obviously don't know.
Yes. Rosalina, I right along there with you. I had to shut up so I didn't lose my Facebook stuff because my online business was tied to it all, and it still is tied to it all today. But it is far greater. It is far greater. In my heart because of God. To worry about what my business does, and actually God's made my business even stronger, and I haven't had to do a thing.
Hey, I resent that, but thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. So I'm a broke bitch, but I appreciate the money, but I resent the Bud Bird, okay? Who needs ours anyways? It's overrated. That's right. Thank you, Brother Dave. How's your religious retreat going? I heard it was 17 weeks of religious boot camp, right? For the Mormon church?
Thank you for sharing his email. I got that. Proud Patriot. Needed that. I didn't have his exact email. Liberty Warrior asking for you. All right. I don't know how I'm going to pull this one off. Thank you, Sherry. Guys, this right here has been cut off a long time ago. Okay? When you keep hearing that they're freeing kids up, that means they've cut it off even more. Yes, some degree of Freemasons are part of the
I'm pretty sure Liberty Warrior was calling him out, not asking for him.
Consists of the Pacor family, which is not the real name of the family, okay? Off the top of my head, I cannot tell you what the real name of the family is.
I pray their adrenochrome supply is gone.
You may know
Don't we all, Pamela Hollyfield?
You may know that the Pacor family is associated with Bank of America, which is one of the banks that are going down here in America. Okay?
Yeah, that's their name, Mike. They are a bank in America. Good job.
So, and it bled down into the towns, okay? When we talk about township, we're talking about mayors and sheriffs and townspeople. Can you give me some more tea, please? And townspeople and town councils.
Get that man some fucking tea. He's asked 3 times.
Freemasons. There's Freemason places all over in small towns. Gene Deco says to soak with alpha pellets.
What? What was that? Hold on. Stop. Hold up. Wait a minute. Damn. All my in the house say, hey, hold up. Damn.
Gene Deco says to soak with alpha pellets.
The word is alpha. If you can say the first one, just add an to the second one. Alf. He says to soak with pellets. You said alf already. We know it's possible for you to say it. Why can't you complete it?
In a tube. Available at Tractor Supply or Feasor. Okay. Tractor Supply is what I was missing.
No, you was missing more than Tractor Supply, brother.
But I tell you, God has lit a fire under me this morning, guys. I did take a couple of naps along the way, but he just kept downloading, and the statement that Q makes, we have more than we know. We have more than we know. And that just keeps coming truer and truer every minute that goes by today.
Hold up, dang.
Thank you, Kirsten.
30 reasons why M went to Hollywood and left all his friends behind. Let's do that one.
But he just kept downloading to me today, guys. He reminded me of the Robert Mueller situation. He reminded me of the numerous conference calls that I could jump on the tail end of and just listen. I couldn't say anything, wasn't allowed to, but listen to these CEOs like Walmart CEO get taken down on conference calls and fussed at for the stupid shit that these corporate America corrupt corporations have been, how they got their hand in the cookie jar all the way to the bottom. So much of that stuff started right at the beginning of his term, and he hasn't stopped yet. He didn't concede office in 2020. He hasn't left office in 2020. They're preparing for his public, for it to be public knowledge as we speak. Okay. That's confirmed with Brad Barton, the little talk show host, intel last night. And who we
I don't know. I don't know if this is healthy, and this is not medical advice. But I did take 4 stackers and 2 horny goat weeds before we started the show tonight from Gas Station Supplement Supply, and I feel like I'm doing well.
received it from and how he legitimized the person and the information on where it came from. All right. He has access to the resources or has the resources to vet that person. And that's, been a missing piece for several of us when that stuff comes to us. We either have to keep our mouth shut, or figure out a way to
keep our mouth shut.
Sharing that stuff.
I'll keep my mouth shush.
So that's why you're hearing more of the same over and over until the past couple of days. This is what I would say, okay? Mel K has a ton of the background information, like the Robert Mueller stuff, the Russian collusion hoax, the 13 angry Democrats that were taken down in the midst of that, okay? We don't know they were taken down yet, but we will know, all right? They were allowed to commit the crimes, okay? Nobody knew that Obama all right, I'll put a link to me in his chat. All right.
Does Liberty actually come on? Somebody say that in chat.
But Mel K has a lot of this background information. Another one that is real good with the background information is going to be Patriot Street Fighter. Okay, these guys were in this from years ahead.
No, they weren't.
Of us, I'm a 2015 guy myself. That's when I got sick.
They randomly joined out of nowhere.
And I had time to do the research. I had time to get involved. I stumbled onto the black web and all the pictures and the videos, and it was terrifying in the beginning until I found out that that's what God was where God was leading me, not to see the videos and the pictures, but to be a voice in this movement.
God was leading you to kid porn? That's weird, right, God.
So I'm going to paste it in here. Somebody please share in his chat. There's a link to me to him. Somebody please share that in his chat. If
Damn it. We'll get disconnected. I wish I'd have seen that.
Get it back. Not tonight anyway. I do have AT&T fiber being buried to the house, so we're going to put into all this before long. Neti Pot, yes, to clean out my sinuses. Dark web, not black web. That's right. Sorry about that. Okay, somebody asked, do you really think the Obamas are dead? Yes, okay. Like I said, Trump or DJT made deals along the way.
You said Trump twice, and now you're going to say DJT? Come on, dude.
Barry Soruto was given a deal to play a part. He failed to pay his part, so they collected him up, and guess what happened? They dealt with him. It's just that simple.
You're trying to freaking play us. You said Trump twice.
You do this, and this is what happens.
The black web is racist.
Your life out in prison, or you do this, and we revoke it all and deal with you.
Mark told me the black web is responsible for 80% of violent crimes, even though it's only 30% of the internet.
That he's dead.
I don't even know what that means.
Yes.
Mark.
The whole narrative about them throwing a party with John Legend, who's supposed to be being locked up, and ankle bracelet on Oprah Winfrey, and all these stars going to be at their house that are being dealt with. That's laughable.
You all always see fake ankle bracelets.
It's all complete lies.
Oh my God, I hate this so much.
We are God's army. Amen.
Liberty came on tonight, for real?
Amen to that. Yes, I think the arrests that we see are them rounding up doubles and clones. Okay? A lot of
Why would they arrest doubles and or clones? Why? Why would they arrest? Why would they sentence? Why would they execute doubles and clones?
we know HRC before the election in 2016, the 911 memorial. They got her on the way out. They didn't even get a chance to deal with it.
In this single video, he has both said that they expected Hillary to win and they had no plan of what to do when she lost. It caught them off guard. And that is how Trump slipped in there and did so much good work. They had no idea that Trump was going to win. They thought Hillary was going to win. They had no idea how to deal with it. And that's how Trump got in there and did so much good work before they shut him down. And also that she was arrested and replaced by a clone before the 2016 election. How can those both be true? Did they think her clone was going to win?
Before Coomer got her, before the military tribunal did. White pine needle tea. I'm on that one. I've got a guy named Fred on. Fred doesn't have his microphone connected or his camera, so I can't add him to the stream. All right. Let me see here.
He meant Kuru. This guy is special.
Look at all the people's characters as they show them on
Be
TV.
careful with him.
Characters are way off.
He's a national treasure.
Yes, you can. I mean, you look at Fauci 3 years ago and Fauci today, the one that was on TV telling lies the other day, telling on himself too. That's just how stupid things have gotten.
That's right. You got it figured out, brother.
But
I'm glad you were here to help us through this time.
you look at them and it's like night and day. They don't even look the same.
Bud, you don't look the same between 24 hours difference in shows. Why the fuck do you expect us to dissect the earlobe shape of people? You look like sometimes you put on 150 pounds in between tonight and tomorrow night's show. And changed at least 3 shades of tanning and breathe different patterns and speak differently. Why the fuck do you expect us to believe that we can see a clone on TV when you don't even fucking look the same? And you're saying look at them 7 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Bud, you can't hold the same form for 24 hours. You're a goddamn shapeshifter.
Obama is really gone, guys. Someone asked.
I saw somebody in chat say LW and Mike are talking crazy talk in chat, but I don't know why I didn't put it together as Liberty Warrior. I can't believe he went on his show today.
Obama is really gone? Question mark.
It's a fucking nutcase,
yes.
dude.
Kuru, that's right, Ricky. Thank you. Kuru has dealt with some of them. Someone asked if Pastor Greg Locke can be trusted. He was invited to a top secret meeting.
I thought you said it was some kumquats.
if it wasn't 100% true. I didn't share the clip, but I told you about it. All right? Pastor Greg Locke is a patriot and a man of God, okay? He's just running a church in a tent because he doesn't want to be tied up in religion. He believes in God. He's a believer.
Greg Locke has one of the biggest fucking churches in Nashville. Well, you mean he's just in a tent?
Just like
They're having tent revival, dumbass.
Trumbo put out a video of the Bummer House empty. Yes, he whimpered. Cloning's been going on since 1940s, if not before, guys. There's cloning stations. There were cloning stations all over the country until they started shutting them down recently. Pimpy is on the dark side.
Pimpy is on the dark side, probably because he did a video with me.
No,
but
I did not get the jab. I've been tested like 6 times with eoxide, ethylene oxide.
the E-oxide ethylene, he keeps getting tested with the E-oxalide ethylene. That makes sense. That explains the brain damage.
On the test strip, unbeknownst to me, until I got smart enough to ask for one before it was opened.
How long? How long do we have to listen to these
I
idiots?
figured out that was going on.
Greg Locke can't pay his fucking child support to support his fucking kids that he left behind for his church secretary. You think he's really leading this battle against the deep state?
All right, 0.5 milliliter organic laundry soap and alfalfa pellets, or hay. Pet Store Black Light can see the nanobites on pellets or hay. Immerse. All right, a little bit. Come here. Yes. Make sure your phone is enabled. Yes, please.
God damn. Will nobody get this man a glass of tea? By the way, the only thing different about the emergency broadcast that is scheduled and the emergency broadcast they did a fucking month ago is you can opt into it on your cell. It'll still come across your TV. It's still going to come across the radio. It just like the one they did a month ago. But on your cell phones, it won't automatically come across. You have to opt into it. So these idiots think they have to opt into it because it's going to be an announcement from Trump.
Please. My mouth is real dry, baby.
I don't want to live anymore.
It's also CGI. It's also CGI, guys. Computer-generated images. I mean, where have the Obamas been? I mean, why aren't they out there pushing the jab? If the jab is so important, why aren't they out? They should be one of the first ones pushing it. They've nothing to say about it. 700 people at Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, I can't understand. Thank you. I can't understand why we would think that.
I'm ready to leave this place.
That would be cool in the middle of everything that's going on, and they're not even out there pushing the jab. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Kathy, we'll be praying for Scott McCain and his family. Yeah, he was shot in the head. Someone said shot in the head, and that's Obama was
What, Jill?
shot in the head.
What's up?
Someone said Freemason, you know as much as you compromise yourself. I'm not quite sure what they're talking about. What banks are going to be the ones that are safe? The ones that cooperate and change. The heads of all these the corruptness in all the banks have been dealt with, guys. Now it's time to
Dealt
see
with.
how far down the party line these banks.
Anybody, you know how I can tell a true patriot? A true QAnon believing patriot from deep down, where heart and patriotism really matter. When they say the word with at least 2 F's.
Banks go before they decide to clean themselves up or be out.
Yeah, we'll see.
But the Pacor family, one of the leading cabal families, if not the leading cabal family, which is really the Rothschilds down the line.
Rothschilds, also with
Pacor
F's.
family was definitely the beginning of Bank of America here in the United States, and it's going away. The head of the snake has been cut off. It was cut off a long time ago.
Wish somebody'd work on the head of my snake.
Mike, I know you've got an overload of information many years ago. I got a real bad strand of that. It took me 5 weeks to get out of bed, which is not me at all. Finally, that they told me to overdo.
The best is yet to come. I don't think so. I think it's all downhill from here.
Vitamin C. The only reason I'm out of the bed, guys, I promise you this. When I left on a gurney in the back of an ambulance, I was not alive. The shop the last Saturday, I was not alive. I was thankfully alive when I got there to the hospital, but
Oh, you were dead for the entire ambulance ride? Is that what we're saying here?
I was not alive. The only reason I'm out of the bed, guys, I promise you this. When I left on a gurney in the back of an ambulance, I was not alive.
When he left on an ambulance, when I left here on an ambulance, I was not alive. I wasn't alive until I got to the hospital, and they left me alone there for a long time. And I wasn't with nobody. I was just left by myself and with nobody. I wasn't even alive. The ambulance driver said, "Man, why ain't there nobody with you? They left you all alone. You ain't even alive."
The shop the last Saturday, I was not alive. I was thankfully alive when I got there to the hospital, but
that's not how it works.
So me sitting here talking to you Monday night and tonight is an act of God.
I don't think that I'm capable of stopping these crazies. I just thought that maybe I could play my part in an overall goal of like stopping the crazies and like putting out accurate information and trying to convince people that they were just being lied to for fame and fortune and sometimes just plain stupidity. I mean, look at this. But then YouTube come and bitch slapped me in the face and said, "Hell no, we like this. We like where it's going." So here we are.
Liberty Warrior show is still on. All right. All right, let me catch up with some of these new comments. But your new intel is basically we're confirming what Brad Barton on Little Talk Shows said last night and confirmed. Okay.
How are you confirming? Your new intel for tonight, we are confirming that Brad confirmed that his guy confirmed that the intel was accurate. What the fuck are you confirming? Brad at least claims that he talked to the guy. All you're saying is you believe Brad. That's it. That's your confirmation. I believe him. Sounds legit to me. That's what I've been hearing from my intel sources on Facebook.
I've been sick. I've been literally sick, guys. Celery juice. Brad, and thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much, Brad. All of y'all. Okay? It's an act of God. Exactly right. God
His name is Brian. Stop calling him Brad.
is ready to show us the miracles he has for us. Okay, guys? And it's coming. Brad Barton was the start of it for many of us last night. Scott McKay, the night before, he had a really hot session with Negative 48 and
That psychopath.
some anons over there, where they talked about how many times this has been started, and they even named off the old old actors that were involved in it back then. Ava,
Because that matters. The actors from the 60s and 70s that were part of it.
tried and tried and tried. It's a no-sum game, guys. We're winning this time. Period. Point blank. God has said so himself. No,
Yeah, Em, drop your links in chat.
I'm definitely a miracle. Yeah, they touted. Okay, somebody made this statement. Okay, and it's very telling. Okay, communism in Hollywood. Yes, the Scott McKay on 8-4. That was a great interview. Gematria was flying around the room. I mean, a lot of truths being told.
I want to see what Liberty says. I got to stick in for Liberty, I guess.
Warriors is coming over to your show. Okay, good. I'll be watching for him. Thank you, Ghost Patriot. By his stripes we are healed. Yes, Brad is a very honest man. Great intel he shared last night. He's always sharing good intel. All right. In my 5x5. Hey.
Hey,
Oh, my God.
What's happening, man? What's happening?
Hey.
Mike Penny here.
I just seen Mike talking about you on Liberty Warriors, so I thought I'd chime in.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
Where are you located at?
I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, you on the East Coast like me.
Yes, sir.
I'm up north.
You shouldn't have just dropped your link. I'm going to tell you that right off the bat.
All right. That's how you join my studio. I just put a link in the chat, guys, how to join my studio.
Yeah.
I wish I would have seen it. That's all I'm saying.
What's the name of your channel?
It's right now. It's under Legacy Marketing Network on YouTube.
Legacy Marketing.
Yep.
And what? That's your main gig. What do you do?
Man, I'm a multi-unit manager for automotive repair shops. But online, man, I sell health and wellness.
Okay, no, cause
Pyramid scheme.
see that you wearing the army hat.
Yeah, man, the army hat. I got the army hat on tonight.
Are you a veteran?
No, sir. My father-in-law is a veteran. We got Liberty Warrior right here. The army hat. I got the army hat on tonight.
So for the health and wellness, would you sell like supplements?
Right now I'm doing the X39 patch, man.
You can't just drop your link straight into your show. Come on, dude.
There's enough people in front of my websites without having to sell on the show.
Okay,
That's what we're not here for.
You got almost like 20,000 viewers right now.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, MA, how are you? Hey, Mike Penny, how are you doing, sir?
Blessed and highly favored, sir.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad to see you're back on, man. We've been praying for you a lot, sir.
I do appreciate it, Mike. And when I heard that, man, I wanted to make sure we connected and see. We're all getting a different piece of the pie. It seems the last couple of days, and pulling it all together and uniting it and being grateful for the word of prayer and the love and outpouring that you shared for me on your show. I just wanted to make sure, that happened. Thank you.
Well, I really appreciate the opportunity, to be honest with you, Mike. Do you have a different screen there so I don't have to turn my laptop sideways to get in the, there we go. Maybe, well, that's a little better. Yeah. So anyway, I got a lot of people asking me, that's even better. I got a lot of people asking me, well, I saw it in your chat actually, what you thought about the title of my show tonight and what I obviously I was on and I couldn't catch what you guys were talking about tonight. But what did you think about the title of my show tonight? And what did you think about what we were discussing, which I don't know if you caught any of it or not, but we're talking about lockdowns coming here real soon. What's your opinion on that, Mike?
I believe that the title of your show is an eye stopper in the fact that people like me view it as either way a lockdown is.
Oh, I'm sure. No,
whether it's a
I don't think so.
Or it's a Patriot lockdown.
Okay.
Either way, it's going to be necessary for a point of time, and that's my opinion on it.
Okay.
The cabal lockdown obviously is going to be more narrative driven and no real oomph behind it. But the Patriot lockdown, we've all seen the videos and the pictures of the military equipment and the exercises going on all over the country and all over the world.
Yep.
And at some point that's going to have to be carried out, and we don't need to be on the streets when it does.
So do you lean more toward the Patriot lockdown, or do you lean more toward the cabal lockdown?
I think the cabal lockdown is going to be allowed to lead the forefront. We'll find out later that it was actually a Patriot thing.
Okay, because I believe, my opinion is I definitely think it's the black hat operation, if you want to call it that. I think the current mashed potato head administration is driving this agenda, and I think we're all going to have to endure a little bit of it, but I think they're doubling down. I think we're doubling down where we're not going to put up with this crap any longer either.
We're on the same page, Mike.
Yeah, we're done with this.
Yeah, we're done.
I got a lot of viewers calling in, especially in the last 3 or 4 days, and they're frustrated, they're pissed. They've had enough. So I guess my question to you, Mike, is
how do I turn in my birth certificate?
Enough. I don't believe that there's a little magic button that's going to happen and everything's going to just magically happen. I think we got to get involved. We got to make the difference. Are we going to stand up as patriots and say enough's enough, or are we going to all stand on the sidelines? What's your opinion on that?
I've been asking that question for weeks now. It was just a week or so ago we saw them do it in the UK and all over there.
Yeah,
hundreds of thousands of people stood up.
Yeah. I just had a caller tonight, Mike, from France. He called in from France, and he said,
"Who said you had 100 million people ready to go?" From Sean.
And sometimes I feel like we're a little bit late to the game. All these other countries seem to be, protesting. I know they protested in New York. I've seen the protest in New York, but don't you think that as an Americans, we should all kind of do that right now, stand up all across?
I think we're going to have a gray hat lockdown.
Enough?
I think we should hold hands across the whole country and definitely say it.
Absolutely.
And let it out there. I started calling for that movement when I seen the UK do it a little over a week ago. I mean, there's literally hundreds of thousands of people.
What the fuck does that mean? I started calling for that movement when I saw it a little over a week ago. France was marching the streets, so I called for that movement. Where you at, motherfucker? You know how you lead a movement? From the front, goddammit. I started calling for that movement a week ago. When I died and an ambulance got me and they put me back to life in the hospital. What do you mean calling for the movement? You're telling people to go outside and start a movement months ago while you sat in your house? Sorry, I must have missed you marching through the streets. You didn't call for shit.
Peacefully in the streets, telling them no more.
So what about this? What about this though, Mike? Some people, some of my viewers are a little bit hesitant at doing it, and I just want to hear your opinion on it. They're hesitant on going out and doing that because they're afraid it could be a setup, it could be infiltrated. We all know that that's happened, especially on January. That date in January that happened. Do you feel like if we all did that that's something that should be a concern of ours?
That date in January, man, was solidified. That's going to happen regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was solidified?
The question is do we stand up?
Let me tell you something right now. I can go ahead and make a statement. Speaking for myself, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the Q group, the Q movement, the Anon movement, and tell you right now that the movement on January 6th was not solidified. Guaranteed. Because solidified is not a word. It's the same as me saying it was Gerald Daryl Dinksey. What the fuck does that mean? Solidified.
That date in January, man, was solidified. That's going to happen regardless.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank God. I was worried it was unsolidified. And then I would have to... I don't know what I would have had to have done, but if it was unsolidified, I'd have been pissed.
The question is do we stand up strong enough and united enough in numbers where that is thwarted on its own?
Not unless you can prove to me that this is going to be solidified. Because if it's unsolidified, I'm not even Jewish. So it's got to be solidified or I'm not in.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, if there's 300,000 people in the streets standing up for what's right and in a peaceful voice, in a peaceful protest, like the many examples we've seen across the world, even today they're out in
Excuse me, Mark. Solidified examples.
the streets calling DJT's name. They're not even from our country, and
if I had to say one statement on this, it would be that we all know that Trump was the solidified and Biden is unsolidified, and there has been, 2,000-3,000 men who have solidified Kamala.
it'll thwart itself. There's no way 3,000 people are going to jump amongst 300,000 and try to make it look like the 300,000 did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mike. I agree with you. I think it's possible to be infiltrated, but it's not going to be, like you said, if there's 300,000 of us, there's not going to be 300,000 of them. It's going to be a handful of people. I feel like it's up to us to kind of police ourselves. We need to be prepared. If we were to do something like this, always have our head on a swivel. And if we see, I saw videos in January where these buses rolled up and there was people that were videotaping it for sure. But in a situation like that, man, we should be on guard and say, okay, listen here, look at what's going on over here. These guys just
you know that there were people that contracted buses to have other people brought in, and those people have been charged. One of them was a military chemical warfare officer, and she was charged with busing people in. You also know that several groups affiliated with the Proud Boys decided to dress as if they were Antifa, and they contracted buses into the city. You know that that's all documented, right?
just rolled up. So we need to, police that, pull out the cameras, put it all over social media, let
I don't know if they were solidified or not. But if I was going to get a bus, I'd damn sure get a solidification.
Everyone know, hey, listen, this isn't us, this is someone else. So let me ask you this question, Mike. As you, me, Frogs, everyone who has a channel out here, how do we unite? How do you and I unite? How do we unite to try to unite this country and do exactly what we're talking about? Peacefully protest and really change things, because people look up to us, people follow us. We got thousands of people that watch us live all the time. So how can a guy like you, how can a redneck like me join together with everyone else and say, hey, we really want to do this and we want to be there with you when we do it. So how do we move that ball forward? How do we get the thing moving?
I think it takes time, just like we're taking right now, Mike. And the two of us decide we're going to have a conference call this coming.
Let's me and you make sure that we are on the same solidifier level of solidification, and then our movement solidified.
Wednesday, where Frog and Scott and the rest of us are all on this call, and we collectively say this person is our leader, and let's.
No, fuck you. The worst thing that you can do is you and the Frogs and Liberty and Jeff and Jaco and say, okay, this guy's our leader. Fuck you. None of one of you have been right 100% of the time. Why the fuck are y'all electing a leader for your little movement?
Let's go ahead and line this thing up and get it done.
Because honestly, between
you all are fucking bait and too dumb to know it.
You, me, Frog, Scott McKay, there's a few more of them out there too, David. There's a lot of us out there. I mean, just us together probably have the 300,000 people alone, easy, that we could get involved in exactly what we're talking about doing, which is a peaceful protest, and to show our strength in numbers and just say, you can throw at us whatever you want, but these mandates.
When some of these people have been lying to their fans about what's going on for a year now, what do you think the likelihood of a peaceful protest is? This is like, I don't bring this up often because it's an unwinnable argument. When you talk about abortion, one side believes it's nothing. It's as simple as knocking the dust off the top of your fucking shelf. It's nothing. It's a clump of cells. The other side believes that it's the murder of a defenseless and innocent human being, which is the same that you're going to have when you solidify your movement. One side believes we're going out here to peacefully protest and show that we're going to stand by constitutional rights no matter what happens. The other side believes that they are growing, harvesting, and kidnapping babies to suck their blood out while they torture them from tubes, while they use knives to take the flesh from their skin and rape them and sodomize them. That's not how you do a peaceful protest. Sorry.
States are not lawful. They're against the Constitution, and we will not comply.
Absolutely. And the minute that they try to push it on us, they need to know. The minute you try to push it on us, after this is done, is the minute we are going to start walking in and arresting you ourselves.
I wish that could happen so bad, man. I don't know about you, but I can't wait for the day where I can do a show and say, we won, it's all over with, they're all in jail, and we're not gonna, we can move forward. I just put my email in the private chat for you, so that
yes, sir, I got it.
That you can reach out to me.
Okay.
Just so much going on, Mike. There's so much going on. Just to let you know what I saw today. I saw it firsthand with my own eyes, so I'm not bringing this to you secondhand. But Walmart stores across America are putting in these massive online store supposed areas. They got reserved parking out in the front for all this online ordering.
So I heard part of Liberty's show, and I don't know what he saw today other than what he described. But I live in a very, 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 very small area, and there's a Walmart here in our small area, and they probably have maybe a tenth of our store blocked off for online orders. It's got like these temporary walls built that are kind of like 2x4s and walls, but they're like built in almost like cubicle sections, and they have way more parking spaces than they need. And then they have like this like concert rail like gating like put around it, and that's our online ordering system, and it's been there for a long ass time. Probably this time last year it was there.
But what's disturbing to me is
yeah, all the Walmarts in Florida that I know personally, all the Walmarts in Florida started doing that like 2 years ago. Hell, they probably started doing it like 4 years ago. The last job I worked on the road, which was not a like scheduled job, like I hadn't been working for a long time, and then I just went to one more to make some money because we were like really behind. All the Walmarts down there had it separated out like that. It's probably been 4 or 5 years ago, honestly.
They got these gates at the front. As soon as you walk through the double doors, there's these electronic gates. Obviously, they're not built to where they're going to keep anyone in or out. But what it's going to do is control the flow coming into the store. And so my opinion is they're gonna shut these gates to where it's only going to be a single file line coming in to Walmart, and they're going to require things from you. It's going to be one of two things. You're either going to have a dirty diaper on your face, or you're going to have to prove that you've had the other thing, right? Or you're not going in the store. Now, this is also happening in Kroger's, is what I've been told from some of our viewers. So to me, this is absolutely a black hat operation where they're going to try to control us and force us to either do one of the two things, or you're not getting in there. What's your thoughts on that?
My first thought would be to ask a question, and how much of that kind of stuff that we're going to see it. Okay, there's no doubt about it. We're going to see every dirty little trick they can think of in the book thrown at us before it's over. Okay, that's why they have to say you have to walk through the dark to get to the light, and that's where we're heading, guys. The enemy can't swim, but we can. That's why we're swimming through it. That's why we're going through it. All right. And so the more they throw at us is them. We have to recognize it's nothing more than them showing how terrified they are of us.
I agree with you, Mike. This is their last ditch effort,
yes,
in my opinion. This is like the last breath, right? They're getting ready to drown. Their head is about underwater. They take that last breath because they know once they go down, they're not coming back up. I know that you've told your viewers, because I've heard you say it a few times, to just, somewhat be prepared, have some extra food stored up, water, gas in the tank, do what you can to take care of you and yours. I've said that many times on my show, but tonight I was really stressing it, because it's a concern of mine that what's about to come up. And I don't like putting dates on anything, but, this next week is going to be, in my opinion, possibly a pretty heavy week with the Pillow Man coming out with his stuff. He's already being blocked. The stuff coming out of Maricopa, the speech that Mashed Potato Head's supposed to come out with, which I've heard in my circle is going to be something that we're not going to like to hear.
So here's the problem with single file in and out and any type of restriction, like a gate, blah blah blah. They can't legally do it. It's going to be a fire hazard. I don't think they can legally do it. I don't care if it's just 6 inches off the ground and a tripping hazard. Even the entrance side, when you put that up, that's illegal through a fire code and regulation, and the fire marshal would shut that down because in the event of an emergency or a fire, even entrances become exits. Emergency exits become exits. Everything becomes exits. I've been on a job site and been fined for doors where we set material, doors that are literally covered in cobwebs that have never been used, and we get fined for those doors because we set a pallet in front of it.
All kinds of stuff coming out this next week. So
yeah, I think this is the first legitimate seatbelt week we'll have, where we just kind of need to put our seatbelt on and ride it out a little bit. Make sure we listen thoroughly.
The only thing they've had at our Walmart besides like the thing is they had like they had concert gates set up, and basically what it made you do was if you left the exit, you had to go to the right, and if you left the entrance, you had to come in from the right, because it's flipped, Like when you're looking at the door, when you're looking at the front of the store, everybody exited had to go probably 3 gates wide, maybe, I don't know, 25 feet or something to the left, and everybody that went in had to come in from 25 feet to the right because they had them separated a little bit, but that was it. At one time, it seemed like they were slowing people down and counting them, but that lasted like 10 minutes.
Early to everything that comes out. Doesn't matter from who, but we need to make sure we listen and hang on to every word so that we know exactly what they mean.
I don't blame people. I mean, hysteria sells. Fear sells. It's fear porn. People love to hear this shit and feel like they're in a fucking spy novel or a goddamn communist regime and just stupid shit. But that's really all it is when you get down to the bottom of it. There is literally no information. These are wild accusations and assumptions, and I know that sells, and I know that gets views, and I know that gets clicks, but goddamn, what are you selling yourself for? What are you selling your credibility for? What are you selling these people's attention for?
Okay, both good or bad. Flashbang, as Monkey Work calls him, Flashbang we already know is going to tell on himself.
Monkey Work doesn't call him Flashbang. Monkey Work didn't invent that name. Okay? That's his Secret Service code name.
Right from the get-go.
Yeah, he pretty much is. He pretty much is. I mean,
Please, Liberty Warrior, ask him how you turn in your birth certificate.
You can't make this up, man.
No.
You can't make this up. This is you know, a lot of people are telling, you know, at the beginning of this whole thing, it's a movie, you know, pop the popcorn, eat the popcorn. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of eating popcorn. I'm ready to see something to freaking happen. Right. It's been a long road. And my fear is if something doesn't change here soon, we're going to be talking about this a year from now, and we're going to be in the same boat. And I don't want that to happen on any level.
No. If we're in the same boat a year from now, guys, we are the biggest bunch of cowards that ever walked the face of the earth.
Get ready to clip that and hold that until 8/8/2021.
And God's going to be...
I mean, 2022. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just read the date. 8/8/2022.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Totally agree.
We knew in 2018 we had what we needed to do to deal with our end of it. It's time for us to go deal with it. And, you know, if we can make a conference call happen next Wednesday with all of us, man, we'll...
I don't know if I'd say that. Hell, Liberty Warrior is a bigger channel than I am.
We can make this happen.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Mike, I'm game. So anything I can do to help you guys out, if you want to have a call, I'll join up with you on a call for sure. And I really feel like if we put all of our heads together and we can put pride aside, we could definitely unite all of us YouTube influencers. And that's what we are. We influence people. I think we need to be cautious on what we do, but I definitely think that if we influence our viewers with God's help and in God's plan, I think that we will not only succeed, but we honestly could exceed expectations for sure.
I'm right there with you. I feel it in my heart. Excuse me. I feel it in my heart, Mike, and it's something that...
Here's the problem with giving predictions or what you think's going to happen or what your opinion is. Even if you label them, your heart might be in the right place, your mind might be in the right place, your motivation might come from the right place. The problem is when you say, I don't know, but this is what I think's happening, when that doesn't happen, you're going to lose a percentage of people. And I don't care about your channel, and I don't care about how many subs you have or followers you have or whatever. But if we're actually building a movement to resist tyranny, to resist the overreach of government, to resist what they're trying to do, and you just say, look, here's what I think this is for, blah, 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 and then it doesn't come true. People don't hear, here's what I think this is for. People don't hear, here's what I think, here's what I'm predicting, here's what I don't know, but here's what I'm pretty sure is going to happen. I don't know for sure. This is just a guess. They hear that you predicted this and it didn't happen, and they fall by the wayside. And they either become bitter against the entire movement or bitter against you, and they don't know who to look for. And who knows who they're going to find. Hell, they might find me, and I think I'm honestly on your fucking side. Other than all the fucking goddamn theatrics you put into it. Like, I believe there's government overreach. I don't believe they should be able to force certain things. I don't believe they should take certain things. And I believe this is a big fucking setup, and you guys are falling for it. But you might drive them to people completely out of the movement. You might drive them completely away. There's plenty. I had someone message me the other day that said, look, I had followed this and this and this, and when nothing come true, I realized it was all wrong. I'm never voting again. I'm never listening to any of these people again, and I'm never doing any of this other stuff again. Yeah, you drove them away. Even if you qualify and say, I don't know, this is just a theory, and college professors give theories, and I'm just repeating what I heard, and this is just a rumor. It still affects people on a different level than what it's probably affecting you on.
They've been calling on us to do. We just haven't listened fully.
A lot of our Yeah, a lot of our viewers have asked us to do this.
Yep. And what better way to serve our viewers than to take part in what they're looking for? And we can.
I really don't even care if you're Republican or Democrat. As long as you're somewhere in the middle to where you and I can have a conversation, you're good to go. I don't care if you consider yourself as left can be. If you're the type of person that I legitimately not just say it, not just put in fucking mouth work or whatever, if we can really have a conversation, then we're good. That's what it's founded upon. That's what it's meant to be. If you're the type of person that when we try to have a conversation, you go to personal attacks or try to get me fired from my fucking job or call me a goddamn Nazi or terrorist or racist, or I do that to you, then we're not good. You're part of the extremist movement that I don't want anything to do with. But if I can have a conversation with you, we're on the same fucking team. Especially when we all know that there's compromise is what it takes to make something happen. I want 1, 2, 3, and 4. You want 1, 2, 3, and 4. I get 1, 2. You get 3 and 4. Good to go. We're all on the same team. No one wants to see, or at least these types of people, want to see the country fail or slip into disrepair or unable to bring it out of the deficit or whatever it might be in. We just want our little piece, and that's fine. We're on the same team. It's the radicals from both sides who cannot hear another viewpoint, who will not negotiate, who will not change their mind, who will not take 1 and 2 for giving away 3 and 4, that are ruining the fucking country all around. And that's the problem.
Sit here and gather fresh intel. It's not solving the problem.
It's keeping people on the sidelines, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
They click on.
That was a good shout right there. Hold on.
And gather fresh intel to take part in what they're looking for. And we can sit here and gather fresh intel. It's not solving the problem.
Your whole show is gathering fresh intel. Literally, the title of this fucking stream, Mark, is Fresh Hot News.
It's keeping people on the sidelines, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
They click on us every night to see what we're going to say next. And from my experience, and it sounds like you've got a lot of.
I've got a family member who is as left can be. Who has a different lifestyle. He's gay, who is woke and left and blah, blah, blah. And I can talk to him and say, look, it's not all about this. I just kind of want this, and I don't want him to fuck with this. And he'll say, well, I just want this, and I don't want him to fuck with that. And I'll say, okay, that makes sense. And literally, we could run the country on that narrative. It's the people who refuse to negotiate in any way, shape, or form because God told them to, or because they hate their fucking parents, or because they live in a woke city, or they live in the fucking South and they believe this and the Bible says that. Those are the people who are ruining the fucking country. I understand I'm not going to get everything I want. I understand the country's not going to be my ideal situation for the country. I understand there will never be a president that makes every decision that I would like them to make. It's negotiation. I'm sorry, my microphone's unplugged. It's negotiation. It's going back and forth. It's what I can, as long as I get 1 and 2, you can have 3 and 4. That makes the country work. The problem is, Mark's making radicals. And the left and their people are making radicals too. And you know what radicals don't do? Radicals don't fucking negotiate. Radicals don't meet in the middle. Radicals don't fucking peacefully protest. You're lying to yourself if you think they do. Scott's making a whole new goddamn religion, and everybody's just giving him a pass as the fucking right-wing Christian conservative.
I've experienced as well. When you build an army, the army has to have some type of marching orders, or they just stay stagnant, right?
Yep.
So our viewers and people are just looking for an answer on how we get involved, and that's why we've come up with chapters in each state, so we can start at a really small group of people and work our way up. Because I don't know about you, my opinion is we can't tackle the snake's head right at the very top at the federal level. We got to start in our backyard. So I created the hashtag backyard battle, because I think it starts in our backyards. It starts with me and you having a barbecue and talking about this stuff and making a plan and going from there and making it to the next step and the next step and the next step.
I'm a common sense guy, Mike, and common sense tells me that this is where the problem started, was in our backyard. You know, the minute my neighbor couldn't beat my ass anymore when I was a kid, you know, is when the problem started. You know,
those were the good old days. You can't even do that anymore, though.
Exactly.
I know somebody wants to call the cops and go to jail. Hell, when I was a kid, that's how we became friends. If we had an issue, we dealt with the issue, and then next thing you know, we're lifelong friends. Hell, I still got friends from years ago.
Absolutely. So we're in agreement, Mike, and I think that us connecting and here, for one, I'm grateful for the prayers and the outpouring of love from your show and you guys over at Liberty Warrior. And I've been looking for a while to try to figure out a way to get all this together, you know, and pride aside, like you said, and we're just gonna have to swallow that pride and get it going. And definitely need to start in our backyard. You know, we need, you know, North Carolina, we need to strategically lay out each state that we have influence in and start in the backyard. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, for sure. That's how it's going to get done. And it's high time we do it, because I feel like as the days tick by, we got a window, but when that window's gone, then here we are a year from now. Right. So right. I don't want to wait that long, man. You guys have a lot of pull over there on the East Coast. I got a lot of pull over here on the West Coast. You know, Scott McKay, unfortunately, just lost his father, and we've been keeping him and his family in our prayers, because that's got to be a hard thing to go through. It's just we got to unite. We got to unite on all fronts. You know, same with David Rodriguez. He's got a big pull across the country, especially down in Texas. Scott McKay in Texas. Michael Jaco, I heard, just moved to Florida. Yep. You know, he's got a ton of people. So it's just time to unite and do what needs to be done.
I agree. Mike, do you know Paul Davis, the Sweet Cali Girl?
Robert
Seisman. Okay. They're waiting to come on the stream. Look, we'll finish our conversation and see what they have to say. So I've got your email. I'll send you an email as soon as I get off here tonight. And we'll look at pulling this together between now and next Wednesday.
Sounds good to me, Mike. I appreciate your time and let me come on the show.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you want me to hop over here, love to do it. And, you know, if you want to hop over on our show every now and again, love to have you over there. I know we got a lot of the same family. A lot of the people that fly by your show come over to ours too. So that's what's so great about all this. Even Frogonites come over on our show. So it's all the same people, man. We might as well just go ahead and unite and do this thing. So
that's
right.
So
much. Thank you so much. Much love and prayers. Hello to all your viewers and stuff, and appreciate everything you guys do. So we'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Mike.
All right. See ya.
God bless. Robert, how you doing, sir?
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm new on this, so Mike should know me. He was the first person I got on learning how to go on these channels and everything.
Just because you're the first person who appeared on someone's show doesn't mean he should know you by name. Come on.
And then I got Jeff Riddle. I'm from Michigan, and Jeff Riddle knows me really well now. It was Craig, and who else? Angel met me, lady named Angel and everything, and stuff. So I'm new at this, so I'm Prepping 101 won't let me get on his show. I don't know why.
I don't know. Oh, I guess it ended. Let's see how they ended it then. I hit the live button, but that was too far ahead.
Revenue that Roy Cooper gets out of everything is a truck driver that buys the fuel out of his state because you got fuel taxes and the price of fuel. You know, if we boycott that.
We're one of the highest fuel tax states in the country.
Yeah. So he makes the hand over fist money from tourists, truckers. But if you boycott it, hit him where it hurts, that'll get his attention really well.
Absolutely. It's like you said, we park a couple miles of them on I-40 and shut it down.
But leave it open for cops and ambulances. I don't want to.
That's right. That's right.
But, you know, I'm glad you let me on. I just want to let you
know.
Oh,
I'm glad to meet you.
Oh, yeah. But you got a brother here in Joko. Remember that.
I appreciate it. I remember it. And I'll be in touch soon.
Joko for life. And good.
All right.
Have a good, and you get better now.
I'm going to, Paul. Thank you, man.
Get you some holy water. Go down to Broslam, North Carolina. Get you some holy water. It'll purify your soul. It'll cure whatever you got. Trust me.
Right.
Holy water won't cure congestive heart failure. Sorry for your bad luck.
Right. You're absolutely right.
Well, you
Deborah Lynn says truckers and bikers for Trump. She knows a little bit about Joko too.
So you ever see my name? I'm real. I'm no bot. I'm not fake. I'm real.
All right. I got you, Paul. I'll be in touch with you.
All right. No problem.
Thank you, brother.
No problem.
You too. Wow, man. What an eventful evening God set out. You know, I shared some new things with you.
I don't know. I think it's there is an amount of negotiation, sure, but when you're raising fucking domestic terrorists in your chat, I ain't got a goddamn thing to do with you, and I don't want anything to do with you, to be honest with you. There needs to be a lot of reevaluation of who you're speaking with, who you're talking with, what's going on, and what these people actually represent. I think there's a lot of people that are spreading a radical viewpoint, and then when they start talking about other people or what the plan is or whatever, they try to soften that quite a bit, and to be less radical, or to be less abrasive, and to make a better showing, and that's not what it's about. You got to be what you got to be, and what you've been feeding people for months and months and months and months and months. It's a I don't know. It's a joke sometimes, honestly. Like the things that they say one day and then the next day claim something completely different, show something completely different, act like a completely different person, and then pretend that's the person they've been the whole time. These people will be the death of the Republican Party. And I'm not super on board with the traditional Republican Party. I liked a lot of the ways it was moving. I liked a lot of the things that it was doing. I'm a big fan of nationalism. Not that I don't care about people abroad. I just feel like we could take care of everybody at home and then worry about abroad. I'm a big fan of, transparency and showing what's actually going on. I'm a big fan of public records and producing all that in the name of transparency. I'm a big fan of business at home, jobs at home, keep it at home. If we have to do tariffs or taxes or whatever, let's do it. Let's keep money at home. Let's keep jobs at home. Let's keep pride at home. And I also don't want to go fucking goddamn regulate the world as the fucking world's fucking police force. Like, I'm just concerned about America as a whole. And I feel like a lot of people are using that as their narrative while they also produce radicalism within their chat and then pretend like they're not. They pretend like they're producing some type of patriot. You're not producing a fucking patriot. You're producing a fucking mass shooter. Like, that's what you're producing. You're producing someone who's going to show up and fucking get us all labeled the same thing that you're producing in your chat. And I think that's a fucking joke. To pretend like it's not. Guys, that's it for me tonight. I'm going to drop let's drop this thumbnail. Tony's fixing to go live. I got his link. Here it is right here. I'm going to drop it in the chat a few times. He's fixing to go live with the David Nino Rodriguez and Ted Nugent interview. So I'm going to play the remix music on the way out. You guys can go check that out. Thank you for joining me on the backup channel. Make sure you like and subscribe here. I'd like to hit 1,000 with, I guess we're going to be over here for 2 weeks. We'll see what we can do. But thank you for joining us tonight. I do appreciate it. And we'll probably be banned by morning, but who gives a fuck? Go ahead and subscribe. Like the video. Share the video. Thank you for joining us. And we'll see you guys on the next one. Go check out Tony and his video on Ted Nugent and David Nino Rodriguez. Dave and Ted's Excellent Adventures. Adventure. Go check it out. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And yeah. Woo, woo.
Try not to get radicalized in between now and tomorrow. I'd appreciate it.
Jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms Save the Children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed,
martial law,
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, Digging Tunnels, Dogecoin, The Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
Three two 2233 Skull and Bones. We'll see you guys on the next one. Everybody have a good night. Love you. See you. Bye. See you tomorrow.